Thank you very much to Aldo Renteria and Leticia Reina, who will be interpreting for us today. To listen to comments given in Spanish, please select the globe icon at the bottom of the screen that says Interpretation. Then select Language Interpretation Audio in your language, Spanish. You will hear a live rendering of the comments in Spanish. I will now pause for a moment to give our interpreter a moment to translate. Aldo?
Thank you so much. Can you hear interpreter? Testing one, two.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Muy buenos días a todos ustedes. El día de hoy vamos a tener una reunión que se celebrará por esta mañana y tendremos servicios de interpretación. En la parte inferior de su pantalla usted va a ver un icono en forma de un mundo. Favor de presionar el icono y elegir español. Una vez que lo elija, favor de presionar nuevamente para que pueda elegir a poner en silencio audio original para que pueda escuchar al intérprete interpretando de forma en vivo. Si tiene alguna pregunta o comentario, favor de escribirlo en la parte inferior del chat o favor de alzar su mano si tiene algún problema técnico también. Gusto de apoyarlos y que tengan una buena reunión. Gracias por estar aquí. Back to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Aldo. As we begin today, we acknowledge this virtual meeting is taking place throughout the unceded territory of California, home to nearly 200 tribal nations. I am joining today from Sacramento, the traditional land of the Maidu, Miwok, and Nisenan people whose presence, past, present, and future, we honor and respect. We will now pause for a moment to reflect. We recognize the ancestral land on which we are collectively gathered and our responsibility to support and foster learning through the dissemination of knowledge consistent with the Cradle-to-Career data system's work to advance equity. We hope this acknowledgement encourages individuals to think about what it means to occupy space on Indigenous lands, and we invite attendees to learn more about the ancestral lands on which they reside at nativeland.ca. Before we dig into today's work, I want to take a look at what is in front of us. In total, there are 16 items on today's agenda. Our agenda, which is posted on the C2C website, specifically notes the agenda items that we will be accepting public comment on. Today, members of the Data and Tools Advisory Board will be voting on 6 agenda items, and we'll open it up for a member dialogue on 12 items. In total, there will be 9 opportunities for the public to engage with the advisory board. If you're a member of the public with us here in Sacramento and would like to make a comment, I request that you complete a speaker slip so I can call you by name at the appropriate time, and that the record of the meeting can be made full and complete. However, speaker slips are voluntary. Please give the speaker slips to Sofia Aguilar. Sofia, can you identify yourself? Thank you, Sofia. I will do my best to call upon everyone who supplied a slip for the agenda item and recognize those who wish to make a last-minute comment. In addition, we may have members of the public who are joining us via Zoom. Please raise your hand to signal that you would like to make a comment. We will first take comments in Sacramento, then we will open it up to comments via Zoom. Although we traditionally allot 2 minutes per public comment, if we have 10 or more people who would like to comment on an agenda item, we will reduce speaking time to 1 minute to accommodate all speakers. We have a very full agenda today and plan to end today's meeting at around 3 p.m. We anticipate breaking for a 45-minute lunch around 12 p.m. and 2 5-minute breaks, one in the morning around 11 a.m. and one in the afternoon around 2 p.m. Before I call this meeting to order, I have a few reminders and updates. First, I ask that all members of the advisory board and the public silence their phones. We also ask that those in the room be as quiet as possible for accessibility purposes, as background noise can interfere with the interpretation services. As a reminder for members of the public who have joined us here in Sacramento, copies of meeting materials are available for you in the back left corner. Additionally, you may notice board members accessing their laptops, phones, or other devices during the meeting. They're using their devices to access board meeting materials, which are in electronic formats. I also ask that when members of the advisory board offer a comment, they say their name before speaking. The camera angles can be tricky, and we would like this meeting to be as transparent as possible for those joining virtually. I appreciate your assistance with this today. And lastly, today's meeting will be run according to the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act as required by law. I would like to call this meeting to order at 10:10 a.m. and ask that Stephanie Gutierrez Valdez please call the roll.
Can you hear me? Great. Member Borgen,
Present.
Member Contanzarite, Member Connor,
Present.
Member Faust, Member Harlick, Member Huff, Member Milan,
Present.
Member Norris,
Present.
Member Ortiz Villar,
Present.
Member Owen,
Present.
Member Fong,
Present.
Member Ruddy,
Present.
Member Reed, Member Shack,
Present.
Member Tarasova, Member Watson.
Present.
For the record, we have 16 members present. We have a quorum.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. We will now move on to agenda item 2, swearing in of new members. At the August 14th Governing Board meeting, the Governing Board appointed 5 new Data and Tools Advisory Board members to serve a 3-year term through 2027. All 5 members have accepted their appointments and will be sworn in today. I would like to invite Mary Ann Bates, Executive Director, to administer the oath to our new members here today.
Thank you so much. So if the 5 new members could join me over in front of the seal, we'll do that now. Stephanie, can you close that door, please? I'm going to do this as your... Okay, so we're going to start now. You can place your right hand on the Constitution, please. And we'll start by stating your name. So say I.
I, John Watson,
I, Yulia Tarasova.
I, Mirta Ortiz Villar.
I, Lauren Reed,
I, Daniel Millan,
Do solemnly swear
Do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations. Excellent.
One step. Okay.
So now we're going to sign the oath. So each of you has a yes. And then I sign at the bottom. Yep. So you sign at the top, I sign at the bottom. Excellent. And you can take your seats again and then we'll introduce you in a moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Ann Bates, for administering the oath. I would now like to ask our new members to provide a quick introduction to their fellow members and the public when they see their name on the screen. Let's begin with Member Mian.
Hi, everyone. Great to be here. My name is Daniel Mian. I'm coming from LA. So I'm a data analyst and researcher at the Youth Development Department in the city of LA. I have a background in working very closely with undocumented students and higher education across the state of California. So I've seen very much firsthand like the power and the impact of data, especially when it's hard to obtain or impossible, it doesn't exist, right? When we have to create it ourselves. So I'm very excited to address one of the pain points that I've had as a researcher when it comes to just finding like good, reliable, quality data. So glad to see you all here and excited for the work ahead.
Hi, everyone. Nice to be here. Mirta Ortiz Villar. I'm originally from LA, grew up in LAUSD. I live now in Pinot and serve in the Bay Area. Have worked with students across the Bay for the past 10 years and now work for Students Rising Above. We're a nonprofit that works with about 700 students a year, but we're also a member of the Coalition Promise network in that area. So really excited to be here. I work with our staff to think through what data we should be collecting and really get practitioners to get excited about anything and everything data. So just excited to be here and think through that with other partners like you all. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Lauren Reed, and I didn't come from too far. I'm in Oakland, and I'm the Director of Impact and Evaluation at Oakland Promise, which is a Cradle-to-Career nonprofit, part of the Promise Neighborhood movement. And so I've been in that position for about 2 years, so running our evaluation team there. So it's very obvious we are a Cradle-to-Career organization, so I have a lot of invested interest in good quality, accessible Cradle-to-Career data to help our kids in Oakland. Our goal is to get kids who are low income from Oakland into college and finishing successfully and into meaningful careers. So that's the work that I'm doing now. And previously, I come from academia. I'm trained as a social worker and psychologist, working with teens in violence prevention and a lot of other areas of positive youth development. And so I'm excited to be here. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Yulia Charasola. It's very nice to meet you all. I'm an ERP analyst for the city of Roseville, so I'm here locally. Up until recently, I was also a student, so I have a lot of experience as a student to see how different laws are affecting the experience, the everyday experience of the students on the campus. I have been through the CCs as well as the CSU, so I'm really familiar with both organizations. Also, I have served on the Board of Governors as a student trustee and represented over 1 million of students and got to see them personally and talk to them about the struggles that they're going through. So that's how I fell in love with data and graduated with a computer science degree. And because for myself, I saw firsthand how data really affects everyday life of the student on the campus and what important work does Cradle-to-Career to make sure that we're making the right decisions for the students.
Good morning, everyone. I'm John Watson. I have a background in software development, in K-12 research, and teaching in higher ed, software development, computer science, software engineering. With that background, I came to San Diego County Office of Ed, where I currently work, in 2019 as the data scientist, interested in K-12 data and making an impact. About 4 months ago, I became the director of the Data and Impact Center of Excellence at the San Diego County Office of Ed, which, it may sound odd, but what we've merged are practice groups and engineering. And I think intentionally what we're trying to do is not just work with the data, but see it make sense in the classroom with administrators, with the public. So I'm really excited about being here and about the future of cross-sector data and the Cradle-to-Career.
Great. Thank you all to our new members. We would like to officially welcome you to the Data and Tools Advisory Board. We're grateful to have your insights and participation. For more information about our new Data and Tools Advisory Board members, including biography and term dates, please visit the Cradle-to-Career website. Thank you to my colleague Anjali Palomar for updating our website information page. I encourage everyone to take a look. Please take this opportunity to join me in a round of applause to welcome Member Millan, Member Ortiz Villar, Member Reed, Member Tarasova, and Member Watson to the Data and Tools Advisory Board. Okay, moving on to agenda item 3, overview of the Cradle-to-Career Advisory Board recommendation process. Stephanie Gutierrez Valdez, Board Liaison and Governance Specialist, and Ryan Estriado, Director of Data Programs, will present this item.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stephanie Gutierrez Valdez, and I'm the Board Liaison and Governance Specialist. For this agenda item, I would like to refer members to the staff report that was created for this agenda item. If you are a member of the public and would like to follow along, the staff report can be accessed on the C2C website. Joining me for this presentation is Ryan Estrada, Director of Data Programs. Thank you, Ryan. I'll begin this presentation today by providing a high-level overview of the 2024 Advisory Board proposal process, providing some key background information on the process. Ryan Estrada will then walk members through what to expect today for today's meeting during our proposal agenda item. Specifically, this will be agenda items 4, 5, and 9. And this will provide additional information on the feasibility study process. I will then conclude today's presentation by outlining the next steps in the Advisory Board proposal process. Next slide. So this graphic should be familiar. So just kind of walking through it, the annual proposal process consists of several stages throughout the year. This structured approach provides a systematic framework for evaluation and adaptation. On this slide, we can see a visual depiction of the Advisory Board proposal process. The 2024 Advisory Board proposal process began at the March 5th, 2024 Data and Tools Advisory Board meeting, where Data and Tools Advisory Board members had the opportunity to review the 2024 proposal form and rubric, which were made publicly available on the C2C website afterwards. This year was the first member where members of the public or Community Engagement Advisory Board members could use the Data and Tools proposal form to submit their ideas during the public proposal window. In total, the office received 5 public proposal submissions for the Data and Tools Advisory Board, which are housed in the proposal archive on the C2C website. Data and Tools Advisory Board and Community Engagement Advisory Board members had the opportunity to review and discuss the proposal forms received from the public at the Summer Joint Advisory Boards meeting on July 10th. In addition, the governance manual states that the office will convene a summer meeting where advisory board members can learn about available data points and ask questions of the data providers about additional information that might be useful to access through C2C. This meeting would help share information about data that is only available through C2C's data providers. At the Summer Joint Advisory Boards meeting, Ryan Estrada, Director of Data Programs, provided the advisory board members a high-level overview of the P20 data set, which laid the foundation for the question and answer session with data provider subject matter experts. The governance manual also states that at the summer meeting, members will determine if they would like to form an ad hoc committee of up to 5 members who will convene publicly and be charged with writing a report with the recommended prioritization of the proposal forms received. The Data and Tools Advisory Board voted to approve the formation of this ad hoc committee, which met over the summer and approved the proposal prioritization report that was shared with DTAB members as a resource with the pre-meeting survey. This report is also available to be accessible on the C2C website. Next slide, please. The office received a total of 6 Data and Tools Advisory Board member proposals. A very special thank you to all 6 members who submitted. As the office received more than 3 proposals, DTAB members participated in a pre-meeting survey to rank order proposals, utilizing the rubric developed by the office to evaluate the proposals, to examine potential impact, and to align it with the C2C vision, mission, and authority. The pre-meeting survey was due back to the office on Monday, September 9th. I'm proud to share that the office received a 100% Data and Tools Advisory Board member completion rate on the pre-meeting survey. So just a special moment of gratitude to all folks who completed it. Beginning in 2024, in order to bring more structure and efficiency to the amendment process, the office developed an amendment form as a resource to help DTAB members deliberate and clarify their thoughts so that the office can capture the amendments as the authors intended. Prior to today's meeting, DTAB members had an opportunity to submit the amendment form during the submission window from September 17th to September 23rd. Amendments are defined as a clarification to the proposal. Amendments received during the submission window have been shared with members today in preparation for today's meeting. The governance manual specifies that at the Fall Advisory Board meeting, up to 3 proposals that were prioritized in the pre-meeting survey will be considered. The advisory board member who submitted the proposal will present the idea to the advisory board. This will be followed by public comment. Then the advisory board member will discuss the proposal to evaluate whether the proposal would effectively address the issue that has been flagged and would meaningfully advance the work of C2C. Later today, the Data and Tools Advisory Board will receive a presentation from Member Borgen, Member Owen, and former Member Orlick, and Member Shack, who submitted the top 3 ranking proposals. I would now like to turn it over to Ryan Estrellado, Director of Data Programs, who will provide additional information about the proposal presentations and feasibility study process. Thank you, Ryan Estrellado.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Nice to see everybody again. My name is Ryan Estrellado. I'm the Director of Data Programs. And for this section, I'll be reviewing what you can expect from each of the proposal discussions. And then I will also give a high-level overview of the feasibility studies. For each proposal agenda item, our collective goal today is to discuss and prepare a clear voting item so that any future feasibility study honors what we've discussed today. So you'll hear me going back to this process repeatedly during our time together. These are the 5 parts. I think we're on the next slide, please. Okay. Part number 1, hear proposal from the proposal author. Number 2 of 5 will have the first round of public comment. Third part is going to be to discuss amendments submitted during the amendment window. For this part, we'll have help from Kathy Booth and also David Lang. This part will also include crafting a motion. After that, we'll have our next and final round of public comment. And then finally, we'll arrive at the goal. You will vote on advancing the proposal to the feasibility study phase with or without amendments. So that's a process that we'll follow today. We're going to do that 3 times in the next 2 agenda items and then 1 later on in the day. Now we'll move on to the next part, which is a high-level overview of the feasibility studies. We'll stay on this slide, please. Here's a high-level overview of how the feasibility studies are a part of expanding C2C's data products and tools. The advisory board shares proposals for improving the data system. The office then does a feasibility study on up to 3 that the ABs, the advisory board, select. Next, the advisory board reviews the results of the study to decide on advancing recommendations to the governing board. Then the governing board uses these feasibility studies to discuss moving forward with the proposals. This process is designed to ensure that the proposals the governing board votes on are aligned with the objectives of the office. Next slide. The office asks for input from the advisory board before, during, and after the feasibility study, and we rely on this feedback to ensure that what we discuss is focused on stakeholder needs. The open-ended nature of the proposals help us get a wide variety of ideas, and then the feasibility studies and advisory board input help us understand what is needed to operationalize these ideas. When doing a feasibility study, the office prioritizes 3 questions. First, if the proposal includes new data points, does the proposed data exist? Second, what resources are potentially needed to execute the proposal? And third, how might we ensure safety and efficiency in the execution of the proposal? I'm going to share 3 more specific considerations on the next slide, please. First, data considerations. Feasibility studies focus on various data dimensions, including availability, reliability, and validity. It's important that the data in consideration is accessible and true to its designated function. And if there's a need for new data, potential collection methods are also explored. Next, the second consideration is cost. We pay particular attention to startup costs, ongoing costs, and cost to data providers. An understanding of these financial implications is essential to determine the proposal's feasibility in its initial phases and also in the long run. Then finally, compliance. This includes analyzing the feasibility of scope, implications for data privacy, and any risks to the neutrality of the office. So for context, that's what goes into the feasibility study. At the end of our time together today, you'll be voting on the proposals that will proceed to those feasibility studies. That happens today. Okay, so next, the office shares the final results of the feasibility study at the advisory board meeting in the spring. And I'd like to note also that for the spring meeting, proposals will be publicly posted to allow for a period of public comment. The advisory board will consider the feasibility study results and then vote to decide if the proposal should be recommended to the governing board. And finally, the advisory board will have the opportunity to discuss potential changes prior to voting. So all of that happens in the spring advisory board meeting. So today, voting on which ones are going to move forward with a feasibility study, and then review of the results in spring, accompanied by a vote for which of those will proceed to the next governing board meeting after that. And with that, I will hand it back now to Stephanie to complete the presentation.
Thank you, Ryan. So this information will be familiar with what Ryan just touched upon, however, just going to provide some concrete dates. At the March 19, 2025 Data and Tools Advisory Board meeting, members will receive a presentation from the office on the results of the feasibility study for each proposal. And then at that point, members will decide which proposals should advance to the governing board for consideration and presentation at the May 9th, 2025 governing board meeting. The governing board may vote on the proposals. That will conclude our presentation. I would like to hand it back to Shannon Serrato.
Thank you so much for that informative presentation, Stephanie and Ryan. Before we move on to our next agenda item, I would like to open it up for member questions or comments, and I would like to invite members to share your thoughts. Any questions or comments today? Member Watson.
John Watson. Just a historical question. Have there been cases where this process has gone completely all the way through its cycle in the recent past to add new features to the C2C system? Or is this, I'm just trying to understand, is this one of the a newer area of exploration?
To take that?
This is the second round. So the advisory board last year went through this process for the very first time. So your colleagues here at the table who were here last year experienced that. So we have one cycle that's been completed, and those proposals were voted on by the governing board this past May. There's a page on our website that actually has a nice archive of prior proposals, so you can see all of the ideas that were submitted, which ones the board prioritized, and then the actions that the board took in May. So this is round 2. So we're still in the very early phases of doing this work. And the other piece of context I'll mention is that last year, each winter, the governing board has the opportunity to update the governance manual. And with input from this advisory board and the community engagement advisory board, the process for these this proposal recommendation process was updated last winter with input to, for example, allow members of the public to share an idea directly and for advisory board members to potentially sponsor those ideas if they want to. So you're in round 2, still early stages, but the second time that this board has gone through this process. Thank you for the question.
Any additional questions, comments? All right, hearing none. Thank you, members, for your comments and questions today. We will now move on to agenda item 4, presentation and discussion, public comment, and possible action on the data and tools proposal entitled Digital Access to Learning. This is the first proposal of 3 that we will hear today. I would like to invite Jason Borgen, Data and Tools Advisory Board Member, Ryan Estriato, Director of Data Programs, and Kathy Booth, Project Director, Economic Mobility, Post-Secondary and Workforce Systems at WestEd, to present this item.
Okay, hi everybody. Ryan Estriato, Director of Data Programs, and for this agenda item, I would like to refer members to the staff report that was created. If you are a member of the public and would like to follow along, you'll find the staff report on the C2C website. And before we begin with Member Borgen's review of the proposal, I'll go through the goals and next steps for this agenda item on the next slide. 5 parts. The first is we'll hear from Member Borgen on the proposal itself. Then we'll have a round of public comment. The next part is we'll have Kathy review the proposed amendment, and we'll have a discussion about that amendment, plus any clarifications from Member Borgen, who authored the amendment. Next, we'll have a round of public comment, and then the final will be the vote. The development of the motion itself will happen right after the deliberation and amendments, with some proposed motion language from Shannon followed by discussion. So 5 parts in total, with the goal being to arrive at the opportunity to vote on a motion about this proposal with or without amendments. And now I'd like to give the floor to Member Borgen to present the proposal.
Thank you, Ryan. Good morning, everyone. Advisory board, staff, and the public. I'm Jason Borgen, Chief Technology Innovations Officer for the Santa Cruz County Office of Education, and my 3rd year on the Data Tools and Advisory Board. Next slide, please. So I want to share a little anecdote. Before I even share this anecdote that's on the slide, as I was driving in yesterday afternoon, my son went to our Google Home and said, "Tell me the weather today. Tell me the answer to this math problem," without doing anything, and tell me what's happening in the news. And my son is 12 years old, and because we have a personal assistant at home, not everyone has access to that information anytime, anywhere. And so that's my story. Let me tell you a little story in 2020 that happened. The picture on the top right are 2 students in Salinas, California, trying to get connected to their homework and their classwork during the pandemic. They didn't have Wi-Fi at home, so they went in front of a Taco Bell to get access. And so this is a true story about students in need of access, and access to learning materials and access to tools. The picture on the bottom right is a more well-off family and them accessing their content through digital learning and distance learning at home in their house with their mother, although their mother is still also engaged with their other child as well, but a little bit more formal opportunity for access to learning and content. Furthermore, the National Education Technology Plan states that digital access is a right of all of our citizens in the nation, especially in California. Next slide, please. And so if we think about digital learning and digital access into 3 pillars, we talk about access to devices and access to technology and broadband. We talk about support and training on how to engage our staff and our educators, as well as our school administrators, on successfully monitoring and supporting our students in and out of the classroom. And we talk about funding mechanisms to support technology and digital learning access. They say when students graduate, by the time they graduate college, when they enter college, there'll be 10 to 15 new careers and new majors at those universities and opportunities in the workforce. And so especially with the proliferation of artificial intelligence now, we know it's shifting our world and the needs of our students around what is truly literacy. Next slide, please. And so my research question I bring to the advisory board is, how does access to digital tools and broadband internet affect our learning outcomes and success towards graduation and career readiness? Next slide, please. This little snapshot is part of our our California State Digital Equity Plan that was adopted last spring of 2024. This comes from the federal BEAD project, Broadband Improvement Grant, to support digital equity. And if you look at the vision of the Digital Equity Plan, is to make sure students and our community of the state of California is prepared for the digitally inclusive workforce we all live and thrive in. If you look at some of the outcomes specifically on the bottom row, education is key to access and engagement around these digital tools and learning opportunities. Next slide, please. And one snippet from this plan says, digital literacy will positively affect educational outcomes in the state. And key collaborators to support this effort are folks who are already in the P20W dataset or engaged in these conversations, the California Department of Education, the University of California, and the CSU system, as well as California community colleges and local educational organizations such as county offices of education and local school districts. Next slide, please. Here is just some data points that's already been collected over the last several years around broadband access. The red areas, which you can see most of the state is covered in red, are priority areas needing internet or broadband access, according to the state of California. And you can see not only for tribal areas, rural areas, but also in several urban areas, there is a priority need for broadband internet access to support our students and our families. Next slide, please. This graph was produced by the Public Policy Institute in 2021 and showing the shift in digital access from spring 2020 to spring 2021. You can see there's still large gaps, although we've made headway since the pandemic. You can see there's still large gaps specifically in income areas, low income families compared to high income, and Latino families compared to white families as well. So again, there is still a big gap of access to broadband internet services in our students and community homes. Next slide, please. This is a annual survey that goes out nationally to students, families, educators, and students called the called Speak Up Survey by Project Tomorrow, a nonprofit based in California. You can see that on this graph, they ask what are your interests, what helps you learn. And you can see Chromebooks, need for Chromebooks in the classroom for every student, collaboration tools for high school students. Over 60% of high school students think they'll learn better with digital collaboration tools. And again, they may have access in the classroom, but it varies at home and in their communities. Next slide, please. Here's another snippet from the 2024 Speak Up survey. Percentage of teachers who feel comfortable with these digital instructional practices. And again, depending upon what kind of teacher they're at, K-5 middle school teacher or a high school teacher in the K-12 aspect, there's very, very limited capacity and proficiency in using digital tools to drive learning outcomes. And so this is the training pillar I mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. And so what data sets already exist in the world that we can utilize through this mechanism? There's lots of access to who has broadband at schools and what their speeds of broadband are. Some people have lower speeds, other people have faster speeds. Again, we want to create an equitable learning opportunity with slower speeds. It's hard to watch multimedia. It's hard to do true collaboration and engage in digital learning successfully. The K-12 high-speed network is out of Imperial County in California. They provide and collect data on connectivity in every single school across our 1,000 public school districts in California. Community colleges and the UC also are on the California Research Network, which is a high-speed network that's provided internet to for all of our public universities and colleges in the state of California. So all those speeds is collected and aggregated at each university and region. A couple of years ago, the federal government launched the Affordable Care Program, which provided free or low-cost internet for families. That data has been collected of who actually signed up, what families have signed up for those programs, and where they are located as well, both in the California and elsewhere across our country. There's more data collection being done by the California Emerging Technology Fund as well to support broadband adoption for low-income families. The California Public Utilities Commission has developed that broadband map you saw earlier. And so there are already several data points around our regions and schools and districts that can align who has access and who does not access in our areas. Next slide, please. Also, schools and districts have the opportunity to get discounted networks in their schools and districts and internet services through the federal E-rate program. E-rate is a national program that provides low-income schools high percentage of discounts and funding for internet connectivity in schools and districts. And so this data is also collected on the federal level and could potentially be inclusive in our California state Cradle-to-Career system. Also, all school district budgets are submitted to the state and to the County Office of Education. And in those budgets are object code that relate specifically to technology or technology funding. Again, the funding aspect can also be aggregated as well for each school and district across our state of California. Next slide, please. Thanks to the help of staff, they help operationalize some of these data points. And so the amendment that we are including includes access to what kind of connection speeds are happening in our schools and districts. Another metric is post-secondary connection speeds as well at the CSU and UCs. The third metric you see there is who has access to broadband support programs like the E-rate projects, like the E-rate program as well. What schools and districts do not participate in this discounted based program for internet connectivity. So all these data points are aligned and seen on this slide right here. Next slide, please. Again, what could be also included is who has access to devices at home. Do schools and districts provide access to these devices at home or not? And again, these are all potentially can be done through survey collection and other means, specifically like the Speak Up survey that is collected annually. What kind of devices are used in and outside of the home? Again, what you can do on a laptop is much different than what you can do on a tablet or a cell phone. Next slide, please. And here is some other metrics you see, specifically what kind of digital devices, again, I mentioned earlier, and what kind of access folks have, whether it be fiber, cable, or DSL, which DSL you may have heard of. You may have remembered DSL. It's a very, very old type of technology used to connect for very, very slow connections. Next slide, please. And so I conclude my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Borgen, for your presentation. Before we proceed with member deliberation and amendments, I would like to pause for public comment. As Ryan Estriato highlighted at the beginning of this agenda item, this will be the first of 2 public comments during this agenda item. Stephanie Gutierrez Valdez, please open it up for public comment at this time.
Thank you. If you want to comment on this agenda item, please note that comments should be limited to this agenda item only. I have no speaker slips in Sacramento. Is there anyone in the room in Sacramento that would like to comment? Seeing none, I will be moving on to Zoom. For members of the public attending via Zoom, please raise your hand if you would like to comment on this agenda item. I currently see no hands raised. I will give it a few seconds. If anyone does want to make a public comment, now is the time. Seeing none, I will be closing it up to public comment and passing it back to Shannon Serrato to move on to the next steps. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. At this time, I would like to ask Ryan Estriato, Director of Data Programs, and Kathy Booth, Project Director of Economic Mobility, Post-Secondary, and Workforce Systems with WestEd, to walk us through the next steps in the process, member deliberation, and amendments. Thank you, Ryan and Kathy.
Thanks, Shannon. As a reminder to the group, we are now on step 3 of 5, and our goal for this step is first to discuss the amendments. Then I'll also preview that included in the section, we'll be reviewing a potential 2 potential motions from Shannon. It will start with the amendment itself. I'll hand it over to Kathy to review the amendment and lead the discussion, answer any questions. And we also, of course, have Member Borgen here, who was the author of the amendment. Over to you, Kathy.
Well, we're very lucky because Member Borgen actually showed the amendment when he was demonstrating all the different types of data points that he would like to have included. And so what's important about what is different between the original proposal and this amendment is that it gets down to some degree of specificity about ways that you could create data points that could then be visualized on a dashboard or made available through a data query or data tool that where you're building things from existing elements. One thing that's important to note is that these are not the final distinctions of what would be in the metric, but gives a sense so that when the office does the feasibility study, they could understand better whether available data sources conform to those breakdowns of data points and understand better what would be necessary in order to create actionable information on this. So I don't know, do you want to talk any more than you did earlier about some of the specifics of what you would put into those metric definitions?
I think I cleared it up. They were directly on the slides as well. I don't think there's any other specifics I need to share at this point.
Great. So what I want to do is open this up for discussion to see what your thoughts are about this proposal and its amendment so that we can determine if you would want to advance this proposal onto the feasibility study phase. So I'm just curious if people have insights or questions as you're looking at both the original proposal and the amendment. And I'm going to take notes, so I'll be on my screen a little bit.
Hi, this is member Helen Norris from Chapman University. Just a simple question on the amendment. I believe you're adding the internet access connection speeds for K-12 and for public, but you seem to have them in different ranges, and I'm just wondering why that is. There are, I think, four ranges for K-12 and 3 for post-secondary. Any particular reason for that? Thank you.
If you think about traditional K-12 schools, they're a little bit smaller than universities, so the speed needs are much different for bigger locations because there's much a denser population at universities and CSUs than there would be like at a school or a district.
This is Member Fong. Thank you so much for presenting the story right at the beginning. It's a story that resonates very deeply with me as a former educator. I do have a question. I love that you put this public post-secondary connection speeds, but is there a way to include amendments so that way it's also access to technology or laptops or whatever for the public post-secondary students as well?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think we see many college students also struggling with access and devices. So I would agree with that is a added measure that we would want to add, correct?
So that we'd be clarifying on the amendment that we're looking for information, not just for K-12 students, but also for college students in that amendment.
Member Harlick, I just have a question about the age at which this data are going to be available. I assume it would be kindergarten from your proposal. And just want to mention that, the kind of the issue of technology use and young children in particular is a little bit more complicated than it is for older kids, and significant amounts of time on technology, even for educational purposes, isn't necessarily shown to be beneficial. So that leads to the next question, which is screen time itself able to be tracked with school issued devices, either in the classroom or at home? And could that be pulled in?
That was not a metric that I thought of when authoring this proposal. I think it may be hard to pull that specific data in. I think, access to what curriculum online versus curriculum that's analog, maybe something to look at, but access to screen time, and all screen time is not the same either, right? Are you interacting or are you a passive screen engager? And again, maybe looking at those two types of screen time might be viable solution. I'm not sure if you would be able to aggregate how much time you spent in the class or outside of the home with screen time, but I think that's a valid concern and valid argument to portray. It may be an amendment.
Thanks. And I would just add that I remember when my kids were
younger during the pandemic, the district had some kind of time measure. So that's kind of led me to want to know if that was available writ large or not.
I want to make an important clarification on the process, which is that the intention is not to keep amending to expand the scope of an initial proposal, that the purpose of the amendments is to clarify the intent. So in the first case where it's an existing measure, where we're looking at maybe just clarifying which students are going to be represented, that would be an appropriate amendment. But if we're adding something entirely new that wasn't contemplated originally, that falls outside the scope. As we're working out this process together, because it's the second time, but the first time that we had this amendment process, the goal is that you would be offering those amendments in advance of these meetings so that everything's written out and everyone's clear, so that those ideas are well thought through. So you saw the degree to which Member Borgen worked to clarify what those amendments were for everyone in advance. And that's the type of thing we want to do to make sure we really have a robust process.
Member Tarasova, I really appreciate the presentation. I myself with my friends were in parking lot taking exams during 2020. So I definitely understand the concern to make sure that all the students have access to technology. I have a clarification question in regards to question 11 that we have on the attachment B, which is staff capacity to support digital literacy. We have only two options. Could you clarify to why only two options? Is that statistic based on what the standard is, 1 to 300 students, availability of the staff, or how did you come up with that measure?
I'm not seeing the options in front of me, so I didn't memorize them. So
They got less than 1 to 300, not 1 to 300.
okay. I think it's a baseline set data sets. So if it's more than 1 to 300, then we know there's a big gap as far as access, and the 1 to 300 is kind of an arbitrary number of specifically the 300. So less than 300, 1 to 300 is a more manageable number on that aspect.
Oh, yes. Reagan Faust. So more of a clarification about denominators, right? So I'm thinking about particularly number 6, proportion of students who receive federal support for digital access. I love this. This is to try to get an understanding of the level of need for these types of supports. But I wonder, one of the things that this calls to mind for me is maybe should this be an understanding of all of the children or all of these students who actually, qualify for this level of support as the denominator. So you're looking at the kind of uptake, right? Versus an overall measure of, baseline of all students in this population. So just trying to get a better understanding of the denominator there.
Yeah, I think comparing it to socioeconomic disadvantaged students, I think would be the denominator, right? And you look at that, and we already collect that data at the state level through CalPADS in K-12. And so socioeconomic disadvantage compared to the number of actually who accepted low-cost broadband internet, for example.
Got it. I think maybe just a clarification in the wording there would be helpful.
Okay, a little more specifics on it. Great, thank you.
What I'm going to suggest on this is that, as you noted, we're taking notes so that we could look into the construction of the denominators as part of the feasibility study without necessarily doing a whole amendment, because I think there's probably going to be a lot of moving around of the specifics as we go along, but this is noted.
Great, thanks.
This is Member Oliver Shack, and just more of a clarifying question. So I noticed there's several items about internet speed, and it specifically calls out download speeds. And I'm wondering if there's any thought about the distinction between download and upload speeds. And the reason I ask is because my understanding is that upload can be much slower, even if the download is actually fairly high, and it impacts things like Zoom meetings and instruction, perhaps. So if you could comment on that.
Sure. So a few things. I think as accessing material, curriculum and things is more readily done through downloads. And so I think that's more of a variable that's focused. And then if you look at different internet service providers, depending upon if they're cable companies, typically the upload speed's much lower than download speeds. Fiber optics, for example, has more symmetry, so it's about the same. But I do agree there is an FCC minimum that's recommended, and we should go with both the upload and download speed. So I'm not looking at exactly what's listed, but there should be a minimum download there as well, or upload there as well. As the staff look into the feasibility study, maybe they can include that.
I have another question, Member Fong here. This is for question number 5. I just am not sure if this is like a select all that's available. I can imagine it. The question is formatted in a way where it says the type of devices that is available to a student for in-class use. And I'm wondering if that's like, if I was an administrator, there's multiple classrooms, there could be multiple types of devices. So just not sure, wanted clarification on how you were thinking about this question being answered.
Yeah, well, I think we know now smartphones is off the table. But yes, I think the idea would be to aggregate that and collect like a checkbox, or collect all of them.
I got a question, Member Watson. I think this is more related to the feasibility study part of this, but it may not be. Yeah, just to get clarity. Could the feasibility work make recommendations to change like if there's some information that becomes available, or through the feasibility study work, could some of these questions change as a result of that? There's some kind of finding. There's some other data that we didn't know is available. Now it's available, or we could use that, and that already has some preset choices for the results for one of the questions.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Generally speaking, we try to clarify the ask of the feasibility study as best we can with or without amendments here at the meeting. And that puts the staff in the best position to be able to assess those specific questions. Generally speaking, that's true. Of course, as we do the feasibility studies, we're maintaining contact with a bunch of different people to make sure that we're assessing as best as we can. And it's true that sometimes there are some things that you can only discover once you actually start the study, and we sort of cross that bridge when we get there. But generally speaking, the aim is we try to get as clear as we can here and then proceed with the study.
That makes sense. There, sort of related second question, then I'll stop, is about there are new data points here that are being specified. So is part of the feasibility study to understand how challenging it might be to gather that data, to request that data, to compel districts or LEAs or county offices or higher ed to complete some of these surveys or whatever?
Yes, that's a big part of it. So generally speaking, the goal of the feasibility study is to describe in detail what it would take to implement the proposal. And a large part of that is whether or not the data exists. Is it feasible? If it does exist, is it feasible to receive it? What are the risks, if any, to things like privacy, for example? And so all of those things are considered and go into the description of when we come back in the spring and be able to say, like, here's what it would look like. Now let's talk about if that's something that we want to do.
That's great. Thank you very much. It's really exciting work. So.
Just a quick follow-up, because it seems like in the really great, oh, sorry, Vikash Reddy, member, in the materials we got that actually the staff did work that last year had gone into the feasibility study, but front-loaded it. In particular, like, do these data exist, right? So first of all, I appreciate that. And so similarly, I think, how am I trying to frame this question? Yeah, I guess it's that. Do we have another chance to say, oh, look, you've gone deeper in, you've discovered new things at our next meeting, right? So is there a way to, I don't even know if it's like a formal amendment, but it's like, well, this is the reality of the world and this is what we're passing on to the commission. I guess filling in the corners of what we don't know right now.
Yeah, I think the best way for me to answer that is the same as what I said before, that as much as we can clarify here, then that puts the staff in the best position to be able to assess what the advisory board intended. There is a version of this where, as we discover things, maybe that becomes another proposal for the following cycle. And that's just something that we have to talk about when we're faced with those details. But I think as much as we can, better to clarify here, and then I think that'll put us in the best position to help.
Member Ortiz VR. I have a question similar to Member Fong's around number 8, and wondering if we can include college students in that, or if college students are included in that data point. And then second to that, wondering if there's any data from the surveys that you mentioned that relate to not just access to the device, but actual like usage of the device. So just wondering if there's any data on that.
So from the Speak Up survey specifically, there was lots of questions on that around using the device and how often and frequency. The question about younger children as well. There are definitely questions for that K3 teacher as well to maybe disaggregate at that level. So I think there potentially could be. We'll wait for the feasibility study, hopefully, to see.
Member Teresova, I have a question about number 9, which directly speaks to K-12 student cellular service access. I'm thinking more about the end user. So for example, if it's a child or a parent completing the survey, will they know what's the difference to the 5G or 4G network that they're using? Because I would imagine I'm just using Wi-Fi at home. Which option do I select? So if we can provide any clarification in that regard to make it easier on the person who is completing the survey.
Yeah, good question. Again, I'll defer to staff and how they may want to dissect that. But I think the opportunity for even asking the age of the device could dictate what kind of cellular connectivity it has. And then furthermore, I think the ability, if there's a don't know question, the idea of understanding the digital tools and literacy around the competency around understanding different technologies in today's world.
So Member Mian, very similar question related to like these items for 7, 8, or 9, but I'm wondering if they're like exclusively like household level measures or like individual level measures. Because if you could imagine like maybe there's one laptop with 3 siblings, then who's sharing, how are they sharing? And so like that, I've heard that right as an educator too, that like computer time, like I don't know if there's measures around that, like how much time are youth actually spending on these computers or on these devices? So just a clarification for that too.
That feels very similar to the earlier one where we were saying that was really moving outside of what was there originally. So just to keep like you all clear on how I'm sort of consolidating this conversation, what I heard was a clear request that the data be collected for college students as well as K-12 students, and that's been raised for a couple of different measures, and that there's a number of methodological questions that the advisory board had that we should be taking into account in the feasibility study. I'm just going to sort of check, does that seem about right for where we're at right now? Seeing a lot of nodding heads. Okay, thank you.
I'd like to add one bit of context and then kindly bring this phase to a close so we can move on to the next part of it. Marianne, I think you had something to add also. As I'm listening to folks and just reflecting on the comments and questions, I think it's useful to share that generally speaking, the office does not do primary data collection. So if there are sources of data that don't currently exist, that would be a new thing for us. That's not something we currently have. So I think it's important to say here so that the members can consider that as they discuss what goes forward in the assessment. And I just think it's important to say that just the difference between data that already exists plus solutions that would require the office to go and actually collect new data, which is a completely different kind of ask with a different scope. Marianne, I think you had something to say also.
Marianne Bates, you actually read my mind. I was going to see if either you or Kathy wanted to provide a bit of context of what it means for a feasibility study to see, does the data exist? Because there may be a difference between, for example, an IT vendor having that information, a district having that information, whether a district reports that up to CDE via CalPads, and whether CDE has that data point. That answer may be different at those different levels. And our data provider is the Department of Education, right? Not the individual school district. So I was just wondering if any context about those layers and how our feasibility study looks into that might be helpful for context setting for this conversation.
Yeah, I'm happy to address that, and then happy to hear from others also from the team. Generally speaking, the way that we receive data is data that are already certified from the data partners, and that's so. If you look at the P20W data set as it exists right now, that's the way the process works. When we are considering in a feasibility study receiving new data, there are a whole lot of questions that we ask in addition to the viability of the research questions and how it can help the community do research. And one of the things that we ask is, if we receive it, is it possible? What risks do we take on behalf of the public, for example, or to the neutrality of the office? How interpretable are the data as they come in? And those are questions that tend to come up when we are looking at data that we're collecting that is not currently certified by our partners. And I think just the thing to know at this stage in our discussion is that that is a very fundamentally different ask from looking at data points that exist with our partners already certified. We have a fair amount of confidence. Where there is some uncertainty in the data, we can rely on the expertise of our data partners to help us quantify that and make recommendations about how useful that'll be to the public. So I think that's sort of the big takeaway here is it's a different size of endeavor to look at data that are not currently collected by the partners. I don't know if you have more to add there.
So I think that one of the things that will be an issue for everyone to be bearing in mind is that there are data that exist at the county level or at the college level that everyone probably wants access to. But what it would take to get that information into C2C, if that was about an individual, is that every single one of those institutions would have to sign a legal agreement and then devote staff time to loading that information into a secure server. So that's a very big ask. And so it's not that that would be ever completely off the table, but it would be a big deal to get people to agree broadly that that would be something that makes sense to do. And then we have to be very cautious about the idea that C2C is being used as a lever to force information up, because the purpose of it is to provide reliable information that we know is going to be very usable because we know it's clean. And that is one of the things that the state agencies often do. So that's just something to bear in mind as you look at these options.
I want to thank everybody for their engagement in this conversation. I could see that we've made some progress on clarifying, which is the goal. And I'd like to now hand it back over to Shannon, who will introduce some ideas for a motion.
Great. Thank you, Ryan, and thank you, everyone, for that rich discussion. I'm going to now go into an overview of potential motions before us for this agenda item. I would like to highlight that in order to maintain the neutrality of the office in the advisory board proposal process, the office did not draft a motion for this agenda item. As Data and Tools Advisory Board members consider whether to advance this proposal with or without amendments to the feasibility study phase, before us on this slide, members will find potential motion language the motion could look like. I will model two potential motions utilizing the potential motion template. For motion one, Data and Tools Advisory Board members can move to approve the digital access to learning proposal to advance to the office to conduct a feasibility study with no amendments. Or for motion two, Data and Tools Advisory Board members can move to approve the digital access to learning proposal to advance to the office to conduct a feasibility study, including Amendment A. Please note when referencing amendments in the motion language, Data and Tools Advisory Board members should be very direct with the amendment being included. So are there any additional comments or questions for this group? All right. Then I think we can get Member Harlick.
Yes, Member Harlick. I just had a quick follow-up to Kathy's statement earlier about data that's available at the county and the obstacles to getting that into C2C. Isn't there also a legislative pathway toward leveraging data that exists at the county level? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't be something that we would comment on. I mean, Marianne, or Julia, if you have anything to say on that.
Right. So currently our data providers are included in our participation agreement, and we have, approximately, we have 18. Okay, there you go. 18 data providers. So typically, yes, law could be changed to do anything, to add new data providers, to require that data be submitted to one of our data providers, but I'm not exactly sure how much of the feasibility. I typically do consult with our data team when they're asking, can we do this under existing law? That's usually where my consultation occurs.
I just wanted to clarify that that was an alternative approach. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So thank you again. May we now move on to a motion? May I have a motion to approve? Do we have the motion?
Sorry. Member Norris, I move to approve that we advance the digital access to learning proposal to the Office to conduct a feasibility study, including Amendment A.
Thank you, Member Norris.
Can I ask if the amendment provided during the comments about including post-secondary students in the student access metrics be included?
I would move that we include that also.
This is Marianne Bates. Just looking at our facilitators, are there any other notes or summary pieces of information that you have that we need?
You could include an item about making sure that we're looking at the methodology issues that were raised in the discussion as part of the feasibility study.
Move that we approve the digital access to learning proposal to the Office to conduct feasibility to the Office to conduct a feasibility study, including Amendment A, with the caveat that we review the methodology and also include post-secondary as well as K-12 students in all aspects.
Thank you, Member Norris. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Member Reddy? Okay, so before we vote, can we move on to public comment? Stephanie Gutierrez Valdez, please proceed with public comment.
If you want to comment on this agenda item, please note that comments should be limited to this agenda item only. I currently have no speaker slips. Moving on to Zoom, for members of the public attending via Zoom, please raise your hand if you would like to comment on this agenda item. I do not see any raised hands. I'm going to give it a few seconds. Again, if anyone would like to comment, now is your time. Seeing none, I will be closing public comment at this time.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second, and for clarity, we can repeat the motion. We move to approve the digital access to learning proposal to advance to the office to conduct a feasibility study, including Amendment A, with the clarification data should be collected on college students as well as K-12 students, and that the feasibility study should include the methodology and data construction topics raised in the meeting. Stephanie, please do a roll call vote, please.
Member Borgen?
Aye.
Member Catanzarite?
Aye.
Member Connor? Member Faust? Aye. Member Harlick? Aye. Member Huff?
Aye.
Member Milan?
Aye.
Member Norris?
Aye.
Member Ortiz Villar?
Aye.
Member Owen? Member Fong? Member Ruddy,
Aye.
Member Reed,
Aye.
Member Shack,
Yes.
Member Tarasova,
Aye.
Member Watson.
Aye.
For the record, we have 15 ayes.
Thank you, Stephanie. The motion passes. We will now pause for a 5-minute break. Please return promptly at 11:24 a.m. And before we begin, I'm going to hand it over to Stephanie Gutierrez Valdez for a quick update.
Hello, just wanted to update members that we do not have Member Connor currently virtually present with us for the record.
Thank you, Stephanie. Okay, moving on to agenda item 5, presentation and discussion, public comment, and possible action on the data and tools proposal entitled Weaving Disaggregated Multilingual Learner Data. I would like to invite Laura Owen, Data and Tools Advisory Board member, and Jennifer Orlick, former Data and Tools Advisory Board member, who is joining us virtually today. Ryan Estriado, Director of Data Programs, and Kathy Booth, Project Director of Economic Mobility, Post-Secondary and Workforce Systems at WestEd, will be assisting in the presentation of this agenda item.
Hello, can you hear me? Great.
Yes. Hi, everybody. Welcome back from the break. For this agenda item, I'd like to refer members to the staff report that was created for the item. And if you are a member of the public and would like to follow along, the staff report can be accessed on the C2C website. And before we begin with Member Owen and former Member Orlick's presentation, I'd like to revisit the goals again and the next steps for this presentation. By now you're familiar with these. We will first hear the proposal from the proposal author. We'll do a round of public comment. We will hear the amendment, proposed amendment. At that point, Shannon will review ideas for potential motions. We will discuss the amendment. We will have another round of public comment. And then finally, the goal, vote on advancing the proposal to the feasibility study phase with or without amendments. And with that, I would now like to hand it over to our proposal authors.
Good morning, everyone. I'm presenting with Member Owen. I'll kind of cover the slides and then she'll also help with answering some questions and with the deliberation after. I wanted to first note that we're sponsoring this proposal, which was originally submitted by Shelley Spiegel-Coleman of Californians Together and Roy Tongalava from the Education Trust West. So this proposal is essentially about bringing more multilingual learner data into the C2C. The data points we'll be talking about already exist, although some of them may be more or less readily available from our partners. Can we advance the slide, please? So as background, what we currently have in the Cradle-to-Career data system is an indicator for English learner. So that refers to a broad category of students whose home language is not English, and they are also not yet proficient in English. So in the K-12 population, that comprised almost 20% of the students last school year and reflects a population that may speak many different languages, over 140 in California. And in terms of definition details, there are, as you might imagine, many reasons and different types of conditions for students to be English learners. For example, how long have they had this status? Do they additionally receive any other types of educational services, such as special education, or do they have an individualized education plan? And are there, which languages are spoken at home? Can we advance to the next slide, please? And this chart is taken from a report provided by Californians Together, indicating of students who, as an example, looking at the state standardized assessments for mathematics in the 2022-2023 school year by grade level, looking at the percent of students proficient in or met or exceeded standard in math by some of these buckets. So students who were not yet English proficient, so probably as a group English learners, students who were English proficient, so probably have another language than English at home, but were able to prove their English proficiency, and then students who were English only, so had never been English learners. And so we see some very different outcomes there, and it's very important for us to understand as much as we can about the trajectory of students towards English proficiency and also how they achieve different outcomes and progress in our educational systems and how to best support them. There are many different programs being used across the state to support students, both to become English proficient and also to improve their bilingual abilities. So we want to know as much as we can. So English learner students who reclassify to English proficient perform better in those early grades, or at least very similar to their English only peers. But again, it's very difficult to study or research with any kind of detail what is contributing to students who reclassify early or later, or who maybe never do, and what are the long-term impacts for those students. Can we move to the next slide, please? So the proposal is to add some additional indicators that give us more detail about this group. These data points are available through the California Department of Education reports and are already viewable, in some summary type of reports online through the California Department of Education's data tools, including DataQuest or the California School Dashboard. The one exception is the dual language learner, which is a preschool identifier, and the state is developing their preschool data system similar to their K-12 data system, but that's an area where there may need to be some additional work by C2C staff to determine the readily availability of that data point, or when it will become more readily available. But the ones that already exist, or we're very confident the data are there, include long-term English learner. So that's an English learner who has not reached English proficiency after 7 years. And last year was the first year that became an indicator for accountability purposes as part of the California School Dashboard. And as a person working in a school district, we all received data reports from the state that identified those students for us for the first time. There's also at-risk long-term English learner. And so these are students who have not reached English proficiency after 4 to 6 years. So they're at risk of becoming the long-term English learners. And then there are newcomers. So those are English learners who are in their first 3 years of enrollment in the US. And then speaking to different educational programs, there are the dually identified. So an English learner who also receives special education services. And then there's the dual language learner, which refers to preschooler students. So these are the 5 indicators that are part of the proposal to be added to the C2C system. Next slide, please. So while there are already some tools that give researchers or practitioners access to this data, it's pretty siloed. You can get a report about counts of those students, across the state or by different geographic areas. You can see those students and their performance on the state tests, but we really don't know a lot about the long-term outcomes and how these indicators are tied to other points of data that are in the C2C system, which would really help to inform program building and how to support students early on. And also some of these detailed indicators like at risk are not included in those academic outcomes. We're really so we have English learner status, we have reclassified students, and then we also have long-term English learners. But some of these other categories are not even yet really fully incorporated into all the reports. Can we move to the next slide? So here are some of the sample research questions that could be answered or studied with this disaggregated information. So how do different English learner statuses correlate with academic performance, college completion, and careers? What are the concentrations of English learners by these different statuses across the state? What program models are being used for English learners in different statuses? If you have a school with, many more newcomers than another school, are there programs that they're using that are more or less effective to support their students? Both, again, making progress to English proficiency and also achieving multilingualism. And I believe that's the last slide. So we're happy to answer questions or, hand it back to Ryan to facilitate the next section.
I'm going to hand it back to Shannon.
Thank you, Former Member Orlick, for your presentation. Before we proceed with member deliberation and amendments, I would like to pause for public comment. As Ryan Estriato highlighted at the beginning of this agenda item, this will be the first of 2 public comments during this agenda item. Stephanie Gutierrez Valdez, please open it up for public comment at this time.
Thank you, Shannon. If you want to comment on this agenda item, please note that comments should be limited to this agenda item only. I have no speaker slips. Moving it on to Zoom, for members of the public attending via Zoom, please raise your hand if you would like to comment on this agenda item. I see one hand raised. I will go ahead and allow Roy Tongilava to speak. Give me 1 second. Roy, I have given you permission to speak. Give me 1 moment so I can set a timer. All right, Roy, you have 2 minutes. Proceed, please.
Awesome. Good morning, Data and Tools Advisory Board members, and a warm welcome to new members of the board. My name is Roy Tongilava, Policy Analyst with Etris West and co-chair of the Data for the People Coalition. On behalf of our partners, I just really want to call out how excited many of us are in terms of where C2C's implementation is. We want to thank and express our gratitude to Member Orlick and Member Owen for submitting this proposal to the board, and just for your incredible leadership and partnership on behalf of students and families, and for this really comprehensive presentation. We also want to extend our appreciation to the Office of C2C for their work in shepherding this year's proposal process transparently among both advisory boards. And as you all and as the advisory board discusses this proposal's data metrics, in addition to the 5 data points that Member Orlick presented on, we would also encourage discussion around possible actions to include 3 additional language acquisition statuses into the proposal, if possible, including reclassified fluent English proficient, initial fluent English proficient, and Ever EL students. These categories, which are currently collected by CDE, could help to illuminate pathways for students in addition to those in the proposal. Understanding how our systems support newcomers and LTELs is just as vital as tracking how our systems have supported ELs who have been reclassified. We hope advisory board members consider recommendations put forth by the coalition and engage in further discussion of what data points and metrics would be most effective in shining a light on all multilingual learners in our education systems. And just want to thank you for your time. Thank you.
At this time, I see no other hands raised. Closing public comment at this time, and I will hand it back to Shannon.
Thank you, Stephanie. At this time, I would like to ask Ryan Estriato and Kathy Booth to walk us through the next steps in the process, member deliberation and amendments. Thank you, Ryan and Kathy.
Okay, so check on process. This is part 3 of 5. For this part, Kathy will review the amendment from Member Harlech. That is called Amendment A. Then Shannon will review potential motion language, and then we'll discuss the amendment if you have any questions and the potential motion itself. We'll have a round of public comment. That'll be part 4. And then finally, the vote in part 5. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Kathy to review Amendment A.
So you heard earlier in the presentation that there is an issue with dual language learner data because we're in the midst of a transition of a new, more robust data system being built. So this amendment suggested some alternate sources to get that dual language learner information, which included a legacy data set that's held by CDE and the possibility of reaching out to other state entities that collect data for Title V. The amendment also suggested 2 additional data points. One is, which is to capture the language of the instruction, as well as the language as taught by the teachers. So I want to, spoken by the teachers. So I want to ask Member Harlech if you have additional clarifications you want to provide from that summary.
Member Harlech, thank you for the summary. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that these data do actually exist and are reported to CDE right now for California's state preschool program, which serves a pretty significant percent of 3- and 4-year-olds in the state, and are available starting at least school year 2023-24, possibly earlier, but at least starting 2023-24.
Thank you for the clarification. And with that, handing it back to Shannon to review potential motion language, and then we'll discuss.
Great, thank you. So before I go into potential motions for this agenda item, I would like to again highlight that in order to maintain the neutrality of the office in the advisory board proposal process, the office did not draft a motion for this agenda item. As DTAP members consider whether to advance this proposal with or without amendments to the feasibility study phase, please, before us on this slide, members will find potential motion language the motion could look like. I will model 2 potential motions utilizing the potential motion template. For motion 1, Data and Tools Advisory Board members can move to approve the Weaving Disaggregated Multilingual Learner Data proposal to advance to the office to conduct a feasibility study with no amendments. Or for motion 2, Data and Tools Advisory Board members can move to approve the Weaving Disaggregated Multilingual Learner Data proposal to advance to the office to conduct a feasibility study, including Amendment A. Please note when referencing amendments in the motion language, Data and Tools Advisory Board members should be very direct with the amendment being included. So at this time, I would like to open it up to the floor for any member questions or comments, and I would also like to invite any members to share their thoughts. Ryan Estriato and Kathy Booth will be facilitating this discussion. Please take it from here, Ryan and Kathy.
I open up to your comments and questions. Go ahead.
Member ready. So I just have a question from, I guess, Roy talked to us about the definitions. And so I wanted to sort of square my understanding of the definitions that he mentioned in his comments with what's on page 2 of attachment B. So are these sort of these, I know dual language learners is sort of its own separate thing, but are those, how did we get to these definitions and why do they differ from what he had mentioned? And just so I understand kind of why we're collecting this set.
Can I invite either Member Orlick or Member Owen to clarify?
Yeah, so the question is, we have a proposal that has 5 new data elements. In addition, you heard Roy talk about 3 others, and then also Member Harlech talk about 2 others. Is the question why are there? Why are they all?
I guess the question is why these set on attachment B and not those, or yeah, how do we arrive at these? Would these be inclusive of those? It's like a new space to me on the, yeah.
Yes, so no, your last question, would these be inclusive of those? No, these are unique to those. It was, yeah, simply what was part of the, I don't think I have a good answer for were these additional elements considered at the time and then rejected? No. I think in a perfect world, knowing what we know now, we would have gone back and just included all of them. But I think that they are slightly higher priority because, so for the example of a student who's reclassified, some of the ones that Roy mentioned, I mean, they're really important. But in terms of equity and opportunity gaps, a student who's reclassified to English fluent proficient or a student who was initially fluent in English, they tend to have, yeah, the outcomes tend to be a little bit more, tend to be more similar or even better than their English only peers. It is the students who kind of maintain that status as English learners, especially for the long term, that have much worse outcomes or less access to college and career opportunities, as far as we can tell in K-12. The category of ever EL is also important, but I think it's also kind of a big bucket category. So that would include really any student who had who was ever not proficient in English. So I think they each have value. They each talk, tell a story of a type of student who wound up navigating the system in a different way or having a different experience. The additional ones about preschool, some of that is just my own, and lack of knowledge about the preschool data system. I think, yeah, knowing those things about the language of instruction are really helpful. And it would be awesome if, we could have that across the system, but to the extent that it exists and we have this amendment to include it, I think it's a great idea to include those.
I guess maybe wanting to honor and respect the process whereby we're amending for clarification, not content. I'm not sure I, especially sitting next to council, can say that adding these additional points would be clarification, not content, but I am hopeful maybe that the feasibility study could address the additional, what Roy and what, I forget now who brought up what, but those 4 additional data points or 5.
So for clarification, what's on the table are the additional data points that came through the formal amendment process. And so if you choose to move that forward, we can absolutely have that be part of the feasibility study, but this is not really the time to bring in entirely new data points because then we're not following the process that we're trying to lay out. So I just want to acknowledge that we are all learning together. There is no state that does a process like this. And so you are pioneers. And I think that we'll get better at this at every cycle.
Thank you.
So I have a couple questions and requests, and I don't know if this falls outside of the scope of what we can request. My concern is aligning the strategy across both the early learning sector and the K-12 sector. So the amendment that I submitted asks for language of instruction and teacher language proficiency to be pulled in, which are critical variables for oral language development in young children and later reading outcomes. Similarly, in K-12, there are classroom language models, it doesn't vary nearly as much as it does in early learning, but does it make sense to also pull in where classrooms are dual immersion or full immersion as a program type to align with the amendment? so that we have similar types of data to the extent that it's available across both systems. Because knowing if kids are in dual immersion, full immersion, English only is really important information on their trajectories.
I think that that's a very valid point, but it's sort of outside the scope of this. So I think that like if we're going to follow sort of the rules we set up internally with the last one, if you were to say something like, I would also like to know about teacher language proficiency, I guess what I'm hearing you say is that the language of instruction is reflected in the status of whether a class is a full immersion course. Is that right?
No, what I'm saying is the amendment, which hopefully will go forward, would be pulling in these data for early learning. Wouldn't we want the counterpoint in K-12, the similar type of data in K-12? So we are aligning the approach across early learning in K-12.
Okay, that would be consistent with what you did with the last question. And that's just a helpful clarification that the getting granular in the way of saying that it's about whether this is a full immersion class is the way you're looking at language of instruction for people in K-12 in addition to what's already been asked for in pre-K.
Okay.
Preschool.
So, sorry, I just have a couple other points. Similar to that, again, this is another alignment issue between early learning and K-12. Dually identified, which I think in the proposal refers to K-12 students only, also is something that can be tracked in early learning. So I would request that for alignment purposes, that children's IEP status also be included, similar to how it's going to be included on the K-12 side, so that we can look at dually identified children in preschool as well. And then just one final point is that I am noticing that the definition of dual language learner in the presentation is different than the definition in attachment B. So in the slide, it says a dual language learner is a preschooler whose household speaks a language other than English. In attachment B, it says a dual language learner are children ages birth to 5 who are learning 2 or more languages at home. The definition that's in the slide is actually more of the working definition in the field, not the definition in the in attachment B. So as part of the feasibility study, if we could clarify definitions, that would be great.
So if we're going to follow the same approach as before, this would be like clarifications about what the feasibility study should look at related to the amendments and the original proposals.
Kathy, I may go off. I apologize. Member Fong here. This is a question for Member Harlick, or actually for anybody who might know. For a dual language learner who's classified as dual language learner, if they move into kindergarten, what would be their immediate classification?
As I understand it, and my expertise is more on the early learning side, but once they enter kindergarten, they have to take the LPAC, right? And they also complete the family language instrument for K-12, and then it's determined if they're still an English language learner or not. So they're not automatically classified as an English learner if they have a dual language learner designation in preschool. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And if I'm not correct, somebody can correct
No,
me.
you're correct.
That's interesting.
Member Norris, I have a question. I'm not sure if it's for Member Harlick or for Ryan. In attachment C, I think the intent is to, and I apologize if I confused this, but to explore, to do a feasibility study instead of on the program that will be available in 2025, to do a feasibility study to see if the data can be pulled now from the preschool program. Would the intent then be later to look at whether or not it could be pulled from the new data in 2025?
As I understand it, Department of Social Services is not collecting DELL data for what's called Title V programs that are funded through DSS. And so they may in the future, but they're not yet. As I also understand it, the Early Childhood Integrated Data System is supposed to pull everything together, but as the documents that I've reviewed suggests that it's pulling only CDSS data together, not the data from CDE. And so I've read different things on this subject, and it'd be great to like unpack all of this a little bit more. So in the meantime, until that's clear, I wanted to make sure that the C2C is aware the data does exist, at least for kids served in the state preschool program on the CDE side, and that we pull that in, but of course also to explore what other data becomes available for other children served and subsidized early learning programs. But based on the little bit of research that I did, I don't think that data exists for other populations right now, nor is there a clear plan for that anytime soon.
Member Shack, just a few clarifying questions. So for the pre-K data, just basic question, would this only apply to public programs, or would it also include like private preschools? And then the second question is kind of a little bit broader. Well, I'm especially interested around dual language learner, but other statuses as well. To what extent are statuses driven by assessments versus sort of other judgments from teachers and staff? If you could just give me some sense of that.
So the amendment is for data for children only in state preschool, not in other settings, because that's the only place where it exists right now in a partner of the C2C. In terms of how that designation is made, it's not based on assessments in preschool. It's based on a family language instrument with several questions. And then there's a protocol based on the answers to those questions for when you designate a child as DLL or not.
And sorry, just one quick, so then as we move more into K-12, is it fair to say that then that starts to be based more on kind of assessments?
Right. Because the LPAC in particular, right? Plus other criteria, I believe.
Yeah, once a student enters K-12, if they are not able to show English proficiency on the LPAC, which is an English proficiency test, they take that test annually until they can. And additionally, there are teacher recommendations and a few different criteria, but the assessment is the biggest barrier.
Okay, I would like to thank everybody for conversation and want to see Kathy, if you have anything you need to clarify for how we would word the amendment in consideration of the conversation.
I think we've got some draft wording. So what we're going to do is pause for a second and let the team put that into the slide so you can see it this time. And that way we can make sure that we've got an amendment that everyone really understands and can vote on. So I'm just going to read this aloud so everyone can hear it. Oh. Move to approve weaving disaggregated multilingual learner data. proposal to advance to the office to conduct a feasibility study, including Amendment A, and extending duly identified information to preschool data and classroom language in K-12.
Great. Thank you, members, for your questions and comments. May I have a motion to approve?
Member Terasova, move to approve weaving desegregated multilingual learner data proposal to advance to the office to conduct a feasibility study, including Amendment A and extending duly identified information to preschool data and classroom language in K-12.
Thank you, Member Tarasova. May I have a second? Thank you, Member Shack. All right. Before we vote, let's pause for public comment. Stephanie Gutierrez Valdez, please proceed with public comment.
Thank you, Shannon. If you want to comment on this agenda item, please note that comments should be limited to this agenda item only. I have no speaker slips, so I would like to move on to Zoom. For members of the public attending via Zoom, please raise your hand if you would like to comment on this agenda item. I currently see no raised hands on Zoom. I will pause for a second. Seeing no raised hands, I will close public comment and pass it back to Shannon Serrato. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. We have a motion and a second, and for clarity, I will read the motion again. Move to approve weaving disaggregated multilingual learner data proposal to advance to the office to conduct a feasibility study, including Amendment A, and extending duly identified information to preschool data and classroom language in K through 12. Stephanie Gutierrez Valdez, please do a roll call vote.
Member Borgen,
Aye.
Member Catanzarite,
Aye.
Member Connor, Member Faust,
Aye.
Member Harlick,
Aye.
Member Huff,
Aye.
Member Milan,
Aye.
Member Norris,
Aye.
Member Ortiz Villar,
Aye.
Member Owen,
Aye.
Member Fong, Member Reddy,
Aye.
Member Reed, Member Shuck,
Yes.
Member Tarasova,
Aye.
Member Watson.
Aye.
For the record, we have 15 ayes.
Thank you, Stephanie Gutierrez Valdez. The motion passes. Next slide, please. Thank you, members, for those thoughtful questions and comments. We will now move on to agenda item 6, which is the approval of the minutes for the July 10th Data and Tools, July 10th, 2024 Data and Tools and Community Engagement Advisory Boards meeting. Next slide. So members have all had the opportunity to review the meeting minutes from the July 10th, 2024 Data and Tools and Community Engagement Advisory Board meeting. Would any members wish to make any additions or corrections to the meeting minutes? Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve the July 10th, 2024 Data and Tools and Community Engagement Advisory Board meeting minutes as submitted?
I'll motion to approve the Data and Tools Community Engagement Advisory Board meeting minutes from July 10th, 2024.
Thank you, Member Fong. May I have a second?
Second. Member Borgen.
Thank you, Member Borgen. All right. Before we vote, let's pause for public comment. Stephanie?
I have no speaker slips. Moving on to Zoom. For members of the public attending via Zoom, please raise your hand if you would like to comment on this agenda item at this time. I see no raised hands. Pausing. There is no public comment at this time. We'll be closing public comment. Thank you, Shannon.
All right. Thank you so much, Stephanie. So we have a motion and a second. For clarity of the record, I will repeat the motion, which is moved to approve the Data and Tools and Community Engagement Advisory Board's meeting minutes from July 10th, 2024. Stephanie will now perform a roll call vote.
Member Borgen,
Aye.
Member Catanzarite, Member Connor, Member Faust, Member Harlick, Member Huff,
Aye.
Member Milan,
Aye.
Member Norris,
Aye.
Member Ortiz Villar,
Aye.
Member Owen,
Aye.
Member Ruddy,
Aye.
Member Fong?
Aye.
Member Reed? Member Shack?
Yes.
Member Terasova?
Aye.
Member Watson?
Aye.
For the record, we have 15 ayes.
Thank you, Stephanie. The motion passes. We will now move on to agenda item 7, approval of the minutes from the August 20th, 2024 Data and Tools Advisory Board Ad Hoc Committee for Proposal Prioritization meeting. The ad hoc committee convened twice during our July Joint Advisory Boards meeting and concluded its work with its second meeting on August 20th, 2024. I would like to thank Member Borgen, Member Faust, Member Norris, and Member Fong for all of their work on this ad hoc committee. The ad hoc committee will not meet again, and we would like the meeting minutes to be available to the public, so we've brought the meeting minutes here today for a vote. Please note, only the members of the ad hoc committee will be asked to vote on this item. Are there any additions or corrections to the August 20th, 2024 ad hoc committee meeting minutes for members? Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve the August 20th, 2024 Data and Tools Advisory Board Ad Hoc Committee for Proposal Prioritization meeting minutes as submitted?
I move to approve the Data and Tools Advisory Board Ad Hoc Committee for Proposal Prioritization meeting minutes from August 20th.
Thank you, Member Norris. May I have a second?
Member Faust, second.
Thank you, Member Faust. All right, before we vote, let's pause again for public comment.
We have no public comment here in Sacramento. For members of the public attending via Zoom, please raise your hand if you would like to comment on this agenda item. We have no raised hands at this time. I will pause for a second to allow interested members to speak. Seeing no raised hands, I will close public comment at this time.
Thank you, Stephanie. We have a motion and a second, and for clarity of the record, I will repeat the motion. We move to approve the Data and Tools Advisory Board Ad Hoc Committee for Proposal Prioritization meeting minutes from August 20th, 2024. Before we give the roll call vote, though, I would like to again remind members to please make sure your light is on and that you're speaking directly into the mic so that members of the public can hear you. Please take us away, Stephanie.
Member Borgen?
Aye.
Member Faust?
Aye.
Member Norris?
Aye.
Member Fong?
Aye.
For the record, we have 4 ayes.
Thank you, Stephanie. The motion passes. All right, we will now move on to agenda item 8, report out of the community ambassador work of advisory board members related to Cradle-to-Career's mission and vision. All right, so this is a standing agenda item at our Data and Tools Advisory Board meetings. The governing board is committed to developing a governance culture with a focus on ambassadorship. As valued partners and collaborators in our shared mission and vision, your contributions and input are instrumental in our continued success. During this agenda item, members can share what they have been up to related to advancing the C2C mission and vision. I would like to now open it up to you all. Any updates from members? Okay. Thank you all.
Well, I don't know if this falls under the scope, but I had a lot of fun last week in Oakland with members of the staff and team at the EdTrust West Education Equity Forum. So I thought it was a really nice way to display the work of the organization, the staff, the members of both advisory committees and the commission. So thank you to, I don't know who wrote the full proposal. I just sort of wrote along and showed up and spoke as I do. So yeah, but that was a really nice, like I say, a nice way to see C2C kind of out in the wild.
This is Marianne Bates, just for context for some of our new members. So first of all, Member Reddy, that absolutely falls within the scope of this agenda item. In the past, members have shared things like hosting a webinar for their local community or the the organizations they engage with, or elevating some of our communications or outreach to communities, or answering questions, or just basically being ambassadors and engaging in this work as advisory board members outside of these formal meetings that you have. So there's no one right answer, no one right way to do it, but this is just a chance for you all to share with each other in these meetings, to spark ideas so that you all can think about new things you might do in the coming months between now and the next meeting as well.
I'll share, Member Morgan. We just started facilitating a CalPads local countywide network in our county, in Santa Cruz County. And through that process, we made sure all the CalPads, registrars, and the coordinators at every single school district in Santa Cruz County were aware of the Cradle-to-Career initiative and the programs, and presented a few slides that were presented in the overview of Cradle-to-Career. So appreciate them, our local county CalPads teams, knowing and understand the benefit and value of Cradle-to-Career data system.
Member Faust, I had the opportunity yesterday to present to a group of legislative staff who were convened as part of, I think, the California Policy Collaborative. Their interest was kind of where data exists about children and families in California, and I had the opportunity to highlight the great work of this office.
Member Ortiz Villar. So just wondering, you all mentioned at Trust West, and wondering what it would look like to have conversations around proposals for future conferences, and where does that fit in these meetings?
Yeah, absolutely. So I oversee all things external facing, so engagement, and our comms director, Angelique Palomar, who wrote the proposal for the Address West Forum. We are always in close communication. So if there's things that you would like us to attend or be at, please raise them for the office. We try to get into the field as much as we can. And so we're happy to show up when invited. So at any moment, you can reach out to us.
In my line of work in the nonprofit world, I work with a lot of foundations. And so we had a convening hosted by the Stepsky Foundation to talk more about the master plan for career education from the governor's office. In that meeting, other philanthropic bodies are represented from Tipping Point Community Foundation, as well as Sobrato Family Foundation, some of whom were unaware of Cradle-to-Career and the intersection between that work, what we're doing here, and the Master Plan of Career Education. So it was really fun to be able to engage with them and talk about the alignment there.
All right. Thank you, members, for your participation and discussion. It's really cool to hear where you all are at in the field. Just saying, we had a great time with Member Ready. Again, so just a +1 if you would like us to show up to things and speak about Cradle-to-Career, we're always happy to do so, and just really appreciate all the work that you're doing and your commitment and enthusiasm to bringing this work to partners in California more broadly. And we look forward to continuing this conversation in future agenda advisory board meetings. So as we conclude this agenda item, we would now like to open it up for our first general public comment period of the day. At this time, we will open it up to members of the public for general public comment. This is our final item before we break for lunch. No pressure. Stephanie Gutierrez Valdez, do you have anyone who would like to make a public comment today?
I have no speaker slips here in Sacramento. Moving it on to Zoom for interested members of the public who wish to make a public comment at this time. Opening it up. Seeing no raised hands, I will close public comment at this time.
Great. Thank you so much. So at this time, we will pause for a 45-minute lunch break, and we will return at 1:11 p.m. Thank you. Great. So before we get back to the work of the Data and Tools Advisory Board, we will take roll to ensure we have a quorum after returning from lunch. Stephanie Gutierrez Valdez, please begin the roll call.
Member Borgen?
Present.
Member Catanzarite? Present. Member Connor? Member Faust?
Present.
Member Harlick? Member Huff?
Present.
Member Milan,
Present.
Member Norris, Member Ortiz Villar,
Present.
Member Owen, Member Fong,
Here.
Member Reddy, Member Reed,
Present.
Member Shack,
Present.
Member Terasova,
Present.
Member Watson.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Stephanie. With the quorum present, we will now move on to agenda item 9, presentation and discussion, public comment, and possible action on the data and tools proposal entitled Student Debt at Colleges and Universities. This is the final proposal of 3 that we will hear today. I would like to invite Oliver Shack, Data and Tools Advisory Board Member, Ryan Estrellado, Director of Data Programs, and Kathy Booth, Project Director of Economic Mobility, Post-Secondary and Workforce Systems at WestEd, to present this item.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope everybody had a nice lunch. I would like to refer members to the staff report that was created for this agenda item. And if you are a member of the public and would like to follow along, you can access the staff report on the C2C website. And before we begin with Member Shack's presentation, I'd like to again revisit the goals and next steps for this agenda item. Again, 5 steps. I didn't think this was going to feel this silly repeating this many times. It seemed like a good idea at the time, but I'm going to go through it again just as a refresher. There are 5 steps, as you know. Proposal presentation first. The second is public comment. The third is deliberation and amendments. Fourth, another round of public comment. And then the fifth, the goal is to do a vote on the motion developed during the deliberation section. And with that, I'm going to hand it to our proposal author, Member Shack.
All right, thank you. I am Oliver Shack. I am a Senior Research and Evaluation Specialist at Santa Clara County. And I will be speaking to you today about my proposal and my amendment on student debt data in California. Next slide, please. And just taking a step back in terms of some background on the proposal, originally this was a sponsorship of a proposal made by member Anthony from last year. After I made that proposal, more information sort of came to light about the availability of data. And the good news is we have kind of more data than I thought. And so I issued an amendment that sort of clarifies what data points are available, and it kind of focuses more on the data gaps and developing a dashboard that puts the data to work. And then a disclaimer that everything I'm about to say is my own kind of personal opinions, definitely does not represent my employer, and doesn't represent necessarily any other member or former member. Next slide, please. And I don't have any data visuals actually in this presentation, but if I did have a visual, it would show student debt skyrocketing over the last couple of decades. And in fact, it's the case that bachelor degree recipients typically have about $30,000 in debt upon graduation. And much of the focus in recent years has shifted more to kind of racial equity considerations, the fact that default and outcomes in repaying loans can be worse for Black and Latino students. Also, whether a student completes college is important, and seeing that connection matters as well. And so the goal here is to really put better data on student debt in front of decision makers, advocates, and students and families. Next slide. And just a little bit more about the state of the data right now that's just sort of out there more generally. As of, I think, like 2 weeks ago, I looked at the college scorecard data set, and I still did not see debt data broken down by race, ethnicity at the institution or program level. So that kind of not having as detailed information by that disaggregate is a pretty big hindrance to the conversation. And then on private loans, the data tend to be much less complete, not covering all institutions, and typically comes from proprietary sources. And one thing I like to raise is also making sure that we have enough information about grad school loans as well. Next slide, please. And the good news is that we do have state level data sets from the public segments within California. And so that's in process. And it's sort of split out by kind of major loan category. And it's at the student level, which is great because it allows for linkages with other variables like degree completion. I will note it's not loan level data, and I think that may come up in our conversation of how detailed we can get. Next slide, please. And then this is sort of pivoting to my own proposal. Sort of the main focus is how do we best collect information from the public segments. And then in this slide, I've laid out the kind of the major elements that at least I'm aware of being available. And then the feasibility study can also look at whether we can sort of, in a more detailed way, break down federal debt. And the one I'm really concerned about is kind of that distinction between loans made directly to students versus loans made to parents of students. But you can also perhaps break it down by subsidized loans versus unsub as well. Next slide, please. And then kind of the second piece of the amendment and proposal is about the possible dashboard on these data. And I propose kind of 3 core metrics: federal loans directly to students, loans to parents, and then the non-federal loans. And there's kind of 2 ways I could at least think of in terms of presenting the data. One is the disbursements that are made each year to a student. And then the other is sort of the cumulative amount that is originated by the time the student leaves, either for graduation or otherwise. Next slide, please. And this slide is just a little bit more information about what a dashboard could look like, kind of top line information on the debt amounts, and then also maybe some context around the percent of students at a school that had loans at all. And then kind of basic filters around institution and program, the type of loan, demographic information. I would say my favorite is actually graduation status, kind of knowing how much debt it's going to take to get to that graduation, but also for people who don't complete, what does that look like, and what does that look like for transfer students as well. Next slide, please. And these are just kind of some examples of common scenarios with student debt. Probably the most common is a student takes out direct federal loans, and they might graduate with, let's say, $20,000. Also, parents of students can take out loans, and the data might look like the example there. And then a student may take out private loans from, let's say, a bank, and those amounts can be larger, and they might pay for something like law school or undergrad as well. Next slide, please. And then this just wraps things up. To me, there's kind of 3 questions that could be focused on in a feasibility study. The one which I talked about before is kind of how detailed we can get on the loan type, especially for federal loans. I think another one that may require some time is thinking about how to attribute loan amounts to institutions and programs. So kind of circling back to the idea of like how granular the data gets, my understanding right now is it's kind of student level reported on a yearly basis. And so that means that if there's multiple programs and multiple schools, the student is attending, there may have to be some assumptions made about attribution. And then the icing on the cake would be if we could learn more about debt data from private and for-profit colleges. So next slide, please. I'll pause there. Thank you so much for listening and happy to address any questions. And back to Ryan.
Thank you for the presentation, Member Shack, and back over to Shannon for the next part.
Great, thank you. Before we proceed with member deliberation and amendments, I would like to pause for public comment. As Ryan Estriato highlighted at the beginning of this agenda item, this will be the first of 2 public comments during this agenda item. Stephanie Gutierrez Valdez, please open it up for public comment at this time.
Thank you, Shannon. If you want to comment on this agenda item, please note that comments should be limited to this agenda item only. I have no speaker slips. I would like to move on to Zoom. For members of the public attending via Zoom, please raise your hand if you would like to comment on this agenda item. At this time, I see no raised hands. I will pause to allow any interested individuals to please raise their hand at this time. Seeing no raised hands, I will close public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. At this time, I would like to ask Ryan Estriato, Director of Data Programs, and Kathy Booth, Project Director of Economic Mobility, Post-Secondary and Workforce Systems with WestEd, to walk us through the next steps in the process, member deliberation, and amendments. Thank you, Ryan and Kathy.
Thank you. Okay, we are in part 3 of 5. During part 3, we'll start with having Kathy review the amendment that we have. Is an amendment by Member Shack. We'll call this Amendment A. Then after that, I'll turn it back to Shannon to review potential motion language. We'll then have the conversation about the proposal and the amendment. And then at that point, we will arrive at the last part where we'll vote. So with that, I'll give the microphone over to Kathy to review Amendment A by Member Shack.
Once again, I think the member did a really good job of explaining what the amendment was. So I think you probably have the information you need and we can move on to the next part.
Back to Shannon for potential motion language.
Great. So before I go into the potential motions before us on this agenda item, again, I would like to highlight that in order to maintain the neutrality of the office in the advisory board proposal process, the office did not draft a motion for this agenda item. As Data and Tools Advisory Board members consider whether to advance this proposal with or without any amendments to the feasibility study phase, before us on this slide, members will find potential motion language. I will model 2 potential motions utilizing the potential motion template. For motion 1, Data and Tools Advisory Board members can move to approve the student debt at colleges and universities proposal to advance to the office to conduct a feasibility study with no amendments. Or for motion 2, Data and Tools Advisory Board members can move to approve the student debt at colleges and universities proposal to advance to the office to conduct a feasibility study, including Amendment A. Please note when referencing amendments in the motion language, Data and Tools Advisory Board members should be very direct in the amendment being included. So at this time, I would like to open up the floor for any member questions or comments, and I would like to invite any members to share their thoughts. Ryan Estriato and Kathy Booth will be facilitating this discussion, so please take it from here. Kathy and Ryan.
What are your thoughts and questions?
Member Ortiz Villar. So I was looking at the multiple sections where you say, filters and context, and it has all the disaggregated way that we can look at the data. I do see a missing element around undocumented students. So wondering, I know in the state, undocumented students could get loans from their colleges. So wondering if that was something that was thought about in this proposal, or if there's a limitation to getting that data from the universities.
No, that's a really good question, and I think it's an important area to look at. I think in terms of the design of the dashboard, I think that's that's potentially a good disaggregate to look at because that status can create potentially barriers to having financial aid, and especially bringing in private student loans. I think that becomes a little bit of a factor too of like, what is your loan type? In terms of availability of data, I can't speak as much to that. My guess is that may be a little bit more challenging. Maybe there's even proxies or kind of other measures that might get at that a little bit more indirectly. But I would kind of turn it over to staff to address availability.
This is Marianne. If I can just ask, I think it would be helpful if we could ask Kathy Booth to provide context for how documentation status was discussed during the planning process and decision-making around that.
Okay, so currently the data system does not have documentation status, and that was by design. So again, reprising my role, I was facilitating the planning process and especially the data points, which is why I'm here to support. So there was a real concern that the data could be weaponized at some point. And so there were discussions that were held in public forums about the benefits and risks of having that status flagged in the state data system. And ultimately people felt that it was better to not have that be explicit.
This is Member Fong. I had a question around the degree. I know it says all the way up to bachelor's degree, but I was wondering if it's including a associate's, bachelor's, post-bac, all of those. And then the second question is the time frame of data collection. Like, are you thinking about collecting data for all time, or is like the past 10 years? Like, what is the cohort of students that we're looking at for this debt?
So on the first question on degree, that's an easier, oh, I'm sorry, Member Shack speaking. On the first question on degrees, that's a little bit easier. I think my intent, and I can't remember how specific I get in the amendment, but basically it's all levels. So certificate all the way up to PhD/professional would be included. And then I would also say program means something equivalent to like a SIP code, just to point out the granularity. On time frame, my initial thought is kind of as far back as the data kind of has reasonable integrity, but it's really anyway. That's a really good question, especially if you're getting into cohorts. But my hope would be to at least have, like several of the most recent years in there.
I can add to that with just general, not about these proposed data points in particular, but generally speaking, the ask that we make of data providers once a year is data going back 10 years, subject, of course, to availability. And then when we look at displaying any kind of data and analytic tools like dashboards, that the time span there just depends on what makes a cohesive and coherent experience for the user in consideration of things like interpretability and validity of the data, so forth. So it becomes a sort of another question to ask when we use the data to produce the analytic tools. But during the period of time where we're importing data, the standard ask is 10 years, assuming that it's available that far.
Now that FAFSA is a requirement for all California high school diplomas, I'm wondering if there's conversations, and that's tied directly to a student SSID, around actually FAFSA. Have you discussed or thought about including FAFSA application inclusion into this at all?
This is Member Shack. So is the idea like whether FAFSA is completed or?
Requests for loans, and how much by each individual, I know it's a high school requirement. I'm not sure about, once you're in, if you have to do it annually or not in community colleges or CSU or UCs, but tying that directly to requests specifically, if requests are being provided or not.
I see. So I think the focus of my proposal amendment is really on kind of the disbursement. So it's kind of that back end of it. I'm not as I'm not as familiar with sort of to what extent data are available on sort of the FAFSA sort of as people are in that process of acquiring loans. But I would also kind of defer to the office a little bit on the scope on that as well. But I will say that is, I think that general thought of looking at kind of access to loans, it does sort of intersect a little bit with that question of like federal versus non-federal loans. So I think it's an interesting thought, but scope is sort of another question.
I can address some of that, which is that we do have, by the way, I'll answer this at a high level, and also Research Manager David Lang is here in case there's more detail to add to this. But we have application status, and then of course, one of our data partners, CSAC, has the existence of a record there suggests submission of FAFSA. And so there are ways to sort of get at that answer without having a column that is a FAFSA submitted yes or no, but we do have application status. It's not titled, like doesn't have FAFSA in the column title or anything like that. But there are a couple of ways to get at that status if that's required for a research question or visualization or something like that. And now I'm going to turn to David Lang to see if there's anything that I've missed on that. David? Okay.
Member Harlick, would time to pay off be included as part of this or not? Or no?
Member Shag again. So the focus is on loan disbursements in terms of repayment outcomes. That it's kind of a little bit beyond this proposal. But I will say the one thing I would kind of reinforce is that the information, to my knowledge, the information that's kind of available is how much was originated, but not necessarily information about kind of what happens afterwards. Like, for instance, interest accumulating while the student is in school. I guess one thing I would also add, though, is I think that question raises an interesting point about the terms of the loans and kind of in the feasibility study, being able to know to the best we can how much of that information would be available in a state level data set, kind of terms related to fees, et cetera.
This is Member Fong. Maybe this is for the office instead or the staff, but how would you consider pinpointing federal loans to parents? And then what happens if there are multiple students to one parent? And how does that like show up in the visualization? And because of what Member Shack was saying around it spanning like AA to BA to postgrad certificate, et cetera, how do we account for parents who also have students who are in college while they're also in college, like completing a degree? Yeah.
Member Shack, just one very quick comment and then probably pass it to the office. I think probably the unit of analysis would be student. So kind of all the parent loan would actually be kind of attached to the student. And so it's the key information is just knowing not necessarily which parents, but which students are kind of connected with the parents who are taking out the loans. So I'll leave it there.
Those are exactly the kinds of questions that we would look at in the feasibility study itself. Yeah. Okay, if there are no other, are there any questions? Okay. If there aren't any other, I'm just gonna check with Kathy. How are we doing with?
So how I'm reading this is that there's been no changes to Amendment A. What you've done is largely clarifying questions and some things that might inform the way we look at methodology. Is that correct? Okay, then we're going to work on getting that slide amended so that you can vote on it.
Thank you all for your questions and comments. May I have a motion to approve?
I move to approve student debt at California colleges and universities proposal to advance to the office to conduct a feasibility study, which would include Amendment A.
Thank you, Member Reddy. May I have a second? Thank you, Member Cantinzarite. All right, before we vote, let's pause for public comment. Stephanie Gutierrez Valdez, please proceed with public comment.
If you want to comment on this agenda item, please note that comments should be limited to this agenda item only. I have no speaker slips. Moving on to Zoom. For members of the public attending via Zoom, I ask that you please raise your hand at this time if you would like to comment on this agenda item. I do not see any raised hands. I will pause to allow interested individuals to do so at this time. Seeing no raised hands, I will close public comment at this time.
Great, thank you, Stephanie. We have a motion and a second, and for clarity of record, I will repeat the motion. Move to approve student debt at California colleges and universities proposal to advance to the office to conduct a feasibility study, including Amendment A. Stephanie, can you please do a roll call vote?
Member Borgen,
Aye.
Member Catanzarite, Member Connor, Member Faust,
Aye.
Member Harlech,
Aye.
Member Huff,
Aye.
Member Milan,
Aye.
Member Norris,
Aye.
Member Ortiz Villar,
Aye.
Member Owen,
Aye.
Member Fong,
Aye.
Member Reddy,
Aye.
Member Reed,
Aye.
Member Shack,
Yes.
Member Tarasova,
Aye.
Member Watson.
Aye.
For the record, we have 15 ayes.
Thank you, Stephanie Gutierrez Valdez. The motion passes. Just want to again thank Ryan and Kathy for your help today and want to congratulate you all for getting through this process. Hooray. Okay, so we're now going to move on to agenda item 10, update on the Office of Cradle-to-Career Data. Cradle-to-Career's Executive Director, Marianne Bates, will be presenting this agenda item.
Thank you so much. And I just want to echo Shannon's encouragement and congratulations on working through this process. This is only the second time that this body has gone through the process of thinking of ideas, weighing ideas from the public, proposing them yourselves, and then prioritizing which ones you want to discuss here in advance. That's not easy. So, huge gratitude to the time it took to not only prepare these proposals, but then also evaluate them, read your colleagues' proposals, and think about that carefully. So really excited about that. What I'll do for the next minutes is to give you an update on some things that the office has done and the work we've done since you last met this summer. So first, I'm going to focus primarily on giving you a high-level overview of our new work plan. So if we can go to the next slide. By way of background, a little over a year ago, the governing board put together a 3-year strategic plan. And all of these documents that I'm referring to right now are available on our resources tab on our website. Under resources and planning, you can find the strategic plan. So again, that's the 3-year, where do we want to be by 2026 strategic plan that the board put together last year. And then building on that strategic plan, each year our office creates a 12-month work plan by fiscal year. So what I'm going to walk you through in a moment is the fiscal year 24-25 work plan that the governing board approved at their August meeting. In addition to those two documents, we also have a 5-year timeline that was originally developed during the planning process and that we update each year. So if you're curious, what are we working on now? What are we working on later? If you want to know, when will we be working on this new area or domain? What about, early learning and care data? What about workforce data? The 5-year timeline provides an overview of that. So diving into this now, the work plan for this fiscal year was modeled after last year's, and then we updated timelines to accurately reflect, the past and current work. And I've mentioned this before, I was very transparent with the governing board from the first year. We came into this work with a sense of urgency that we've also felt from all of you on building this long-awaited data system. So we don't build extra buffers into our timelines. We put together what we think is an ambitious and realistic timeline. And then if things change, we tell you about that. And we say, okay, this part didn't get done. It's getting delayed by this much. And here's why, as opposed to building in tons of buffers from the start. There are pros and cons to all of those approaches. Next slide, please. All right, so we're going to go through this now vertical by vertical. We'll look at operations first. And one of the major accomplishments was building the team. We started out with 16 authorized positions and then received an additional 10 at the start of last fiscal year, just over a year ago, and did a lot of work to hire and grow the team. So we did reach a team size of 26 when counting our fellows and retired annuitants, and we do currently have a few vacancies. So plug for this, if you go to our website and you click on About, there's a careers page. You'll notice we're currently recruiting for a cloud architect and a senior data engineer. This is the group of people who knows those kinds of people. So I really would be grateful if you send links to those job postings to your networks, encourage specific people to apply. We very much would appreciate that. And Chief Information Security Officer, I'll also mention that one. So 3 current positions on our jobs page. We also moved into our new office space, which you're experiencing today for the first time, and you got to have a tour during lunch, and we're really grateful that we have this space here. This year, we're going to focus on employee engagement. We started a routine of doing the Q12 Gallup Employee Engagement Survey every year and then having that drive how we do our work together as a team. Working on a continuity of operations plan, that's a formal structure process the state has, and minimization of vacancies. Next slide. All right, on the analytical data side, this is the linked analytical data set that you think about every time you're in these meetings. And major accomplishments for last year was the first ever data submission that happened in October a year ago, where our data providers submitted data all at the same time, and we ingested that. And then the first annual routine data submission in March of this year. So each March now, our data providers will be sending data our way. And then we do the work of mastering the data and having that be the foundation for the tools that we're building. So this year's focus for the data infrastructure and data programs team include mastering that data, so linking it together for the first time, focusing on a public process to discuss bringing in additional workforce and earnings data. You can see this highlighted in both the 5-year timeline and our work plan. We're having great conversations with our colleagues at the Labor and Workforce Development Agency right now to explore what possible additional workforce data points they might want to submit to the data system. And then we're planning to run a task force in the spring where we'll be having a few public meetings to work through that and get input. And I think this is really important for the Cradle-to-Career side of our work to have more information around workforce, which will be useful not only for the data system, but for many partners across the state and the people of California. We are laser sharp focused on dashboard development right now. You'll hear more about that later this afternoon with our first dashboard working towards release before the end of calendar year 2024, if all goes according to plan. And then the next 2 components of the work will be in developing a framework for the Query Builder. This is, again, a public data tool that will be on our website, and also a framework for the researcher data request process as well, where we serve as a common application, if you will, for requesting data points that we have linked from our data providers who then approve or deny requests. So that's the work ahead on analytical data. Next slide. Practical tools for students. A couple of accomplishments this year. We convened a task force with eTranscript early this year around recommendations for a revamped e-transcript, which the community colleges chancellor's office hosts. I'll have more about that in a moment. We conducted our annual student experience report and facilitated the California College Guidance Initiative's work with our data partners as well. And so this year's focus is going to be on facilitating technical requirements to scale eTranscript California and doing that with our partners, releasing a new student experience report, which moving forward we're doing in collaboration with the UC Davis Education Lab. So we're really delighted that their expertise will be informing this report, and support CCGI's ongoing work to improve data flows, reporting, and guidance for students. Next slide. Engagement. So a few highlights from this past year. Thanks actually to outreach originally from an advisory board member, we've conducted demographic surveys not only for our governing board, but for both advisory boards as well. You heard about these in your spring meeting. And we're now transparently sharing the demographic information that our board members decide to provide on our website so that there's transparency about who's making decisions and who's making recommendations about the data system. We received a lot of feedback about our dashboards from communities as Ryan and Shannon's teams work together to get input so that we ask questions about what people want and need from our data tools before we actually release them. So that's been ongoing and important work. We've also refined our website accessibility. This year's focus will be getting feedback for our released and planned upcoming data stories. Focus groups for those dashboards are underway, and then continued expansion of our reach to California communities. Next slide. All right, the work of the boards. So a couple of accomplishments. Last year, you as advisory boards and the governing board went through the process of the first round of feasibility studies for recommendations proposed by advisory boards. And based on your input and input from the Community Engagement Advisory Board, last year, the governing board developed new processes for the public to submit ideas for recommendations to you. And we onboarded new board members and another new round now, and also conducted an annual governance survey with our governing board where they reflect on the work of the governing board and their processes as well. So this year's focus will be more of the same. So continuing to facilitate the process of proposals, feasibility studies, onboarding new members, and conducting that governance survey as well. So that's a high-level overview of the work plan. You can dive into it in more detail on our website as well and get more information there. I now want to highlight a couple of wins, specifically with our partners on the practical tools side of our work. So for California colleges.edu, as you know, in statute, we're charged with expanding what we call practical tools, or in statute it's called operational tools. And one of those is californiacolleges.edu. This is the state's one-stop shop for college and career planning. The reach has expanded significantly. So among 6th to 12th grade students, partner districts has expanded by 500,000 students in the last year. This was part of the state's investment in making this free at no cost to districts. Data alignment, CCGI worked with the higher education partners, with CDE, on getting input and development of the California High School Transcript and Student Record Portability Standard. This may be the one audience we have that gets really excited about words like that, and that you'll understand immediately the impact of having a common standard for transferring high school transcripts. This is posted on our website, so if you really are curious about this, you can go to our data standards repository on our website and dive into the details. And then this, reducing administrative burdens for students, I think this is an incredibly important equity play across the board in our work, is that we collectively as a state think about how we can move administrative burdens from students onto the government and the state entities. How can we do the work so that they don't have to, right? And there's really exciting coordination with UC on importing the course management portal, matched A to G courses and grades. So continuing ongoing work there. eTranscript California. So recall eTranscript California, also mentioned in the Cradle-to-Career statute. This is something that is housed at and run by the Community College Chancellor's Office. It's an electronic platform for transferring transcripts. And one of the wins that I mentioned is we convened a task force to provide recommendations for the master plan on career education. And we have the recommendations the task force developed on our website. I highly recommend you look at them. There's over 80 recommendations. And usually recommendations are either specific or bold, but rarely both. My view of the recommendations the task force put together is that it is both. And I'll just highlight a few examples. One is creating a unified community college transcript that the community colleges provide for free for records sent to in-state public institutions, particularly important for dual enrollment students and students who attend more than one community college. Embedding e-transcript into the CSU and UC application forms to seamlessly share dual enrollment and community college courses. And then integrating e-transcript with student advising tools to better inform progress towards degrees and certificates. And that's contemplated not only for californiacolleges.edu, but also the CSU Transfer Planner and Program Pathways Mapper. And these recommendations were intended to inform and provide input for the process that is ongoing right now, the governor's proposed new master plan for career education. So there's a website for the Council on Career Education where you can see the timelines and next steps for that. We were honored last week to host the council here in our beautiful new space. And so they're doing the important work of developing a new master plan for career education. So I encourage you to follow that process as our state engages on that work. All right, next slide, please. So just highlighting a few recent partnerships that we added. The Office of Data and Innovation, you may or may not be familiar with them. They're also housed within the Government Operations Agency here in the state. And we were selected for their Modern Data Stack Accelerator, which is exciting. And it means that our team will be able to benefit from ODI's bandwidth and expertise as they partner with us on our work. And second, we're also excited to share that we were selected to be a part of an equity in practice learning community that's hosted at the University of Pennsylvania by an entity called Actionable Intelligence for Social Policy. They've long been working with states and other entities on integrating data, and they have this really fantastic new learning community that's providing specific training and technical assistance on how to center racial equity and data integration. So our team's really enjoyed being a part of that. Next slide. So just want to highlight a few big picture thoughts on where we are for our timeline. So if you can advance it, please. If you think about our work, this is an oversimplification, but just the data that's coming into the analytical data system in terms of timeline, and all of this also has a foundation of health and human services data. We have early learning and care, we have K-12, we have post-secondary, we have workforce and earnings. And if you can advance one more time. Most of the data that's come in so far is in K-12 and post-secondary. Early learning and care, as we've discussed previously, there are multiple efforts underway, both at DSS and at the Department of Education, to build new data systems in this area, and we're working closely with our partners there. Workforce and earnings, we're currently integrating earnings data from EDD and very grateful for the partnership with them. And I just wanted to emphasize what I mentioned before, which is that we're working closely with our partners at Labor and Workforce Development Agency around bringing more workforce data and earnings data into the data system. So this is a major area of focus for us this fiscal year, and it's an important context for a lot of the work that's happening on the new master plan for career education. So having a more complete picture of that will be important. Next slide. I now want to just talk big picture about how I'm thinking about maximizing the value of Cradle-to-Career's data over time. If we can advance by one, please. There are different roles that we play at the state and that entities outside the state play. So from the state perspective, one important component is setting the learning agenda. This is the work that you inform as an advisory board and that our governing board directs. When you say, here are the priority dashboards we're going to build first. Here are the priority questions we want to make sure we address. And then we need to do the work of linking the data, creating the data tools, and making a request process for that data available. Next slide. And then from outside the state, right, communities, researchers, philanthropy, play a really important role that we don't. For example, conducting specific studies with policy recommendations. That's not something that our office does. We're a neutral source of information, but other entities will use our data to do exactly that. right? I also think it would be really exciting to create innovation funds to enable equitable access to the data and equitable access to having the bandwidth and resources to be able to do these studies. So that would be an important role that entities outside the state could play. And if you can advance one more time. And then on the back end, again, as a state, it's our job to then create a research library to capture those lessons so that it's very transparent. What studies have been done with this data? How can people access that and have access to that? And I also, it's also important that we foster research transparency practices so that there's transparency about the studies that are done. What methodologies did they use? What were the planned studies and what did they find? So this is big picture, how I'm thinking about this, how our office is thinking about it. And as we think about developing that data request process and the query builder, this is kind of the broader framework for how we at the state can partner with all of you who are outside the state to do this work collaboratively. And with that, I'm happy to hear any questions or comments.
I got one. Well, first of all, congratulations on an enormous load of accomplishments to you and the team. Really cool to see. So my question is about, you mentioned the demographic surveys of the boards and the commission. We've had a little turnover since the office administered that, and I'm wondering if there are plans to re-administer and reproduce that analysis.
Yes, annually.
Yes, annually. You'll be getting an email about this at the beginning of 2025. So stay tuned. And again, I just want to give the shout out to Member Reddy, who was the initial requester, and it has served us well.
Also, this board had the 100% response rate. So just not to start competition, but for the new members board, just providing transparency about past response rates. Any other questions or comments?
Member Teresova, I just wanted to echo the congratulations on the transcript efforts. It's a big burden on the students, and some of the students' graduations are often delayed because they're not able to transfer over their transcripts to the new institution that they're attending. And one of my questions was the partnerships that you highlighted in your presentation. What are some things that you're looking forward to take away from those experiences?
Sure, thank you. And highlighting the student experience around transfers, that's actually something that came through very loud and clear in that annual student experience report that we're required to do. So it's really helpful to hear directly from you as well. On the partnerships, were you asking about the racial equity working group and all of that? Yes. So for the AISP, the racial equity working group piece that we're doing, we're part of a collaboration with a number of other states and local government entities who are doing similar work to link data and have an opportunity to meet with them virtually and hear and share ideas around specific things. Also, they've put together a number of experts in the racial equity and data integration specifically, who provide both presentations and trainings for us and are also experts that we can tap ongoing on our work. And then a number of members of our team are also able to go to events that they bring together where the learning community comes together to share their experiences and where we can highlight what we're doing in California as well. So there's one upcoming in Montgomery, Alabama that a number of our team members will be going to. So we're very excited about that.
This is Member Fong. Congratulations and to your leadership for driving the change that we're seeing even in this office. It's just like such a fun and welcoming space. So thank you and great job, all the team. I definitely had a question around the connection between the Master Plan of Career Education and the priority for you in this next fiscal year. Will there be a space for members to learn more about the Master Plan for Career Education that you all can like send out an email or like direct us towards?
Yes and yes. So we had a few placeholders in our work plan for this year to respond to the Career Education Master Plan once it's developed. The timeline for that, I believe, is December of this year for the master plan to be drafted and released by the governor. And so I think we can do a number of things. One is to send you emails and point you to milestones that along the way so that you can be engaged in that work and can understand it. And then the master plan, if you go back to the executive order that kicked off this process just over a year ago, it was in August of last year that the governor signed the executive order. There are a number of entities within the state that are named in it who are charged with developing that master plan. And so we're here as you know, I think of Cradle-to-Career actually is, I was talking to one of our board members, like this is like a shared utility, right? We're a shared utility for the state to get things done, including for things like the master plan. So it's possible that some of the entities who are putting together the master plan and the governor and his leadership may have requests of the data system or things where our expertise in being able to integrate data once at Cradle-to-Career, but use that for many different purposes might be something that can support what's developed in the master plan process. So we'd be very happy to, I can ask the governance team in one of our next regular emails to you to point you to the links on the master plan website and to highlight some upcoming dates so that that can be on your radar.
Any other questions or comments? Member Borgen.
Member Borgen, this is great. Congratulations on all the great accomplishments in the work, and happy to be on my third and final year of the DTAB here. And really, I want to be the best ambassador I can be. I'm sure we all do as well. So is there any way you can kind of summarize all these accomplishments? We can send it out to our local communities. I think it'd be a great idea for us to be able to share out.
Yes, we can. I'm actually thinking Shannon's team put together a really nice legislative report last month, which includes a 2-slide summary of by the numbers, just highlighting some of the work of the office. We could share that with you. And also thinking about just updating sending you links to some updated materials so that when you're talking about Cradle-to-Career, you can highlight this. Because I do think it's important. There's sometimes a bit of a narrative that I hear around like, when is this data system finally going to launch? And my answer is the data system launched in 2021 when it was established as an office, and we've accomplished quite a lot since then. And yes, we will release our first public dashboard soon, but that's also not the sum of what the data system is. So I think it's really important that we all collectively tell the story about our governance structure, about the win of integrating this data for the first time, the tremendous work our data providers have done in preparing the data and sharing it with us, and just telling the story of all of that cumulative work so that it doesn't get flattened into a, one dashboard is the beginning and end of what the data system has done or will do. So we'd be happy to share some of those materials around the legislative report and any other updated materials that would be easy for you to use as talking points. And also, if you're ever asked to speak, you can, again, just to emphasize what Shannon mentioned, please feel very welcome to reach out to our team and say, hey, I need like 6 slides on this, or here's what the story I need to tell. What's the current most up-to-date version? We're here for you, and we want to make sure you have the most up-to-date information available.
Great. Just want to make a pitch for that deck. There is a deck. So if you would like to get it, you can reach out to Angelique or myself. We try to update it. So it's not something that's an existing resource, but we can definitely make sure that you have it for whatever you need. So just want to flag that for folks. But thank you all for your comments and questions. Super excited that you all are excited about our work. But we're now going to move on to agenda item 11, presentation on workforce data task force, which will be presented by Ryan Estriado, Cradle-to-Career's Director of Data Programs.
Thank you, Shannon, and hi, everybody again. You'll note, despite what the slide says, that I am not in fact Judy Chan, Deputy Director of Digital Services, but I will do my best to present her work on her behalf today. Refer members to the staff report that was created for this agenda item, and if you are a member of the public and would like to follow along, the staff report can be accessed on the C2C website. During this agenda item, Data and Tools Advisory Board members will have the chance to learn about the planned Workforce Data Task Force. Okay, staying with this slide, one of the work streams for fiscal year 2024 to 2025 is expanding the data system to include workforce data. This is part of our 5-year timeline and was prioritized in our annual work plan. This work stream is led by Judy Chan, C2C's Deputy Director of Digital Services. We'll need to work with the Labor and Workforce Development Agency, or LWDA, to identify information to bring into the data system. The additional data will allow insight into the trajectories and outcomes of individuals who participate in workforce training programs. In our usual C2C fashion, we'll also be taking a collaborative approach to identify research questions. We are launching a workforce data task force to leverage the expertise of others and to get public input. Task force members will have the opportunity to give input on the right research questions and the data points needed to answer them. The task force will comprise 2 governing board members, 2 data and tools advisory board members, and 2 community engagement advisory board members, and also community members. Next slide, please. The task force will meet between January and April of next year. On this slide are the proposed dates for those meetings. The office will decide on who to appoint, but interested data and tools advisory board members should email Judy Chan with a statement of interest. These statements don't need to be too long. They can be up to 2 paragraphs, highlighting your interest and relevant experience with workforce data. And then our office will notify members in December about their task force participation. That concludes my short presentation on this topic, and I will now pass it back to Shannon.
Thank you, Ryan. We will now open it up for any member questions or comments.
The meeting dates are set, but could you clarify, are these virtual or in person?
My understanding is these meetings are virtual, but I am going to check with Kathy Booth to confirm, who is helping us with this. Confirm that they are virtual.
Great. Any other questions or comments from you all today? All right, well, thank you, Ryan. And with that, we are going to pause for a 5-minute break. We ask that you return promptly at 2:05. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We will now move on to agenda item 12. But before we get into that, I would just like to once again remind members, if you can please make sure that when you're speaking that you press the button, it is lit green, and that you're speaking into the microphone so the public can hear you. All right, so now we're going to move on to agenda item 12, update on the Student Pathways Dashboard, which will be presented by Ryan Estriado, Director of Data Programs.
Hi, everybody. For this item, I'd like to refer members to the staff report created for the agenda item. And if you are a member of the public and would like to follow along, you can find the staff report on the C2C website. Next slide, please. Okay, let's talk about the goal of this item. The purpose of this agenda item is to give an update on the development of the Student Pathways Dashboard. This agenda item has 2 parts. First, I'll give an overview of recent user-centered design feedback activities, and then after that, we'll do a brief participatory feedback session on the Student Pathways Dashboard wireframe. So part 1, dashboard updates. To prepare for the launch of the Student Pathways Dashboard, we engaged in user-centered design to ensure that our products meet the goals of the end users. To align with user goals and iteratively improve the dashboard's user experience, we held several feedback activities over the last few months. These activities involve users and key stakeholders, including the general California public, data providers, board members, and specific user groups such as school administrators, advocacy groups, and legislative staff. We engage these groups through a variety of activities, including focus groups, online feedback forums, online feedback forums, and virtual and in-person community conversations. The goal of these activities is to collect feedback and synthesize it so that we can make iterative improvements to our products that are informed by the user's needs. And in the spirit of collecting user feedback, I'll now segue to our feedback session, during which I'll be showing you the most recent wireframes for the Student Pathways dashboard. The Student Pathway dashboard is one of several planned C2C dashboards, and we envision the dashboard to be not one visualization, but multiple interactive visualizations combined with text and story carefully sequenced to explore in a way that feels logical for our audience. We are previewing these designs for you at an exciting place in the process, during which our data infrastructure team are, as we speak, building the visualizations and the data model itself. So feedback that we get at this stage on the visualizations is extremely valuable to us and will be reflected in collateral material at launch, storytelling elements at launch, and then in future versions of the dashboard when it comes to feedback about visualizations and the data model. I'll clarify some terminology here so we have a common understanding. You've heard me use the phrase wireframes a few times now, and I want to make a distinction between wireframes and another design term that you might have heard us use, prototypes. So what you'll see today, wireframes, will be a preview of the design and the overall structure of the data story. And the newest piece, which is the initial direction for the dashboard narrative. So recall, if you were in attendance at the governing board meeting where we showed the wireframes, there was placeholder text there. What you'll be seeing are the same visualizations, but now with the building blocks that are becoming the narrative and story of the dashboard. The wireframe contains limited functionality, interactivity, and features to illustrate what those are, but not fully functioning features in every one of the visualizations. Later on down the line, ahead of launch, you'll contrast this with prototypes, which are closer to the final product and have full functionality. And last, and very important, note that this preview and all the previews that we've used so far use synthetic data and not data from the actual P20W dataset. And next, I'll ask my colleague Brittany to screen share the wireframe for us. And I'll give a brief description. And then I'll go through each of the visualizations to give the highlights of each one. Okay, this is the wireframe. On the student pathway concept are life milestones, including finishing high school, enrolling in college, earning a degree, and then working. Each visualization has a focus on equity, specifically through the ability to disaggregate by high school district or legislative district, as well as by student population characteristics like race or foster student status. In the legislation, this kind of analytic tool is called a dashboard. It is that, but we've also designed it as a story, which is why you will hear us use the term frequently, data story. As users scroll from the top of the page to the bottom, they explore student milestones through data questions that follow a logical and intuitive order. So Brittany's been scrolling through and just kind of giving you an overview here. Brittany, if we can go up to the top, I'll now start with the Sankey diagram. This is the first one. I'll just give a high-level overview here. The first visualization and interactive is where the user will explore the movement of students to and through California public colleges and to different award outcomes. So here you see pathway milestones and the number of students who move from milestone to milestone at any period during this 8-year span for this cohort. We start this pathway diagram at high school graduation, And then we see where students ended up after 8 years and throughout that 8-year period. The design decisions for this visualization are based largely on the years of data that we have available to us. But note that in future releases, we look forward to expanding this data story to include both earlier years, like in elementary and early childhood education, and also in later years, as in graduate school awards. The next visualization is an exploration of college enrollment. Here, the user can see the share of each student group, in this default example, race, who enrolled in college for the first time in a selected year. And also the user can compare outcomes for students in a specific school district to outcomes for students in all of California. So if you see, look at the top of the page or the 2 drop-down menus there, the concept here is if one were to select a particular school district, this visualization, which currently shows the share of student populations for all of California, would then turn into 2. It would be a comparison of those 2 visualizations. So Brittany, I think if you refresh here, it should give us the both of the visualizations, I believe. Does it show? Oh, just the one. Okay. What's supposed to happen here is if you select that global filter the way Brittany did, you'll then have the 2 stacked bar charts, the one that you see here, the California one, and the one right next to it, which will be the district that you selected. So that is college enrollment by student group. In the next part of the data story, you have an exploration of award types in a selected year. This is our Parliament plot. Okay, so continuing on in the story of post-secondary education experience. And then in the next visualization, you see the first of 2 that turn to the topic of wages. In the first visualization, users will explore the median wages of students working while enrolled in college. This is the one, oh, sorry, this is the time to, yeah, sorry, I missed one. So after the share of awards in the Parliament chart, this next one shows the median time to earn the award. So the story of post-secondary education goes from enrollment to the share of awards earned, and then median times to award. And then after that is the beginning of the exploration of wages, where the user can explore median wages for students enrolled in California public colleges, and can also look at the percent of students who are enrolled. The wages part of the story ends with this visualization here, which is a summary of wages that graduates of California public colleges earned over time, grouped by award type. And Brittany, if you could just scroll up to some of the text here, I'll just illustrate some of the basic concepts. You can stop right there. I think it's perfect. Note here, I mentioned earlier that the team has been working on the narrative of the data story. The concept here is to provide a guide to the users about the data that they are exploring. The narrative is designed to anchor itself to the specific research question, thus giving the user an immediate thing to latch onto and go back to as they explore and select different filters. You'll see in this case that the research question is how much do students earn after they graduate. You'll also notice that it's in a different, it is bolded in a different typeface to draw the eyes directly to it so that users can go there, but then further explore more narrative about that particular visualization. For the most part, we focused on giving a high-level overview of what the visualization describes. In some cases, as in the wages visualizations, we also go into some detail about the definition of what it means to work in the data, the business rule that we applied. So we did that. in areas where we felt that level of detail was needed. Interesting design story here is there's an early version of this where we had much lengthier descriptions. The consensus of the feedback when we showed it to our various audiences was that was a bit too much. And so what you're seeing here is the result of our best thinking about what it looks like to scale it back to the essential parts. And you may see as we get closer and closer to launch, the layering on of additional elements depending on where the feedback leads us. Last thing I'll say about the narrative, Brittany, if you could just scroll a little further down to the bottom of this plot, that's perfect there. It's hard to see here, but part of what we, just a little further up, sorry, the other direction, stop right there, perfect. You'll see underneath the plot are links because we see the text, the role of the text in the data story to both help tell the story, give context for the data, but then we also know that there are segments of the audience that will want to explore either more technical elements of the data. Maybe we'll have more questions about how the visualization was generated, or in many cases have questions that aren't answered by the visualization, but can be answered by an exported flat file. And so you'll see links at the bottom to download the data that will result in the download of a CSV that will give the aggregated, of course, de-identified data that powers the visualization and meets our suppression protocol to meet the standard of privacy that we've set for ourselves and for the public. Next to that is a direct link to the frequently asked questions that I would describe as one layer, maybe 2 levels more technical than what you would see in the narrative description itself. So some examples you'll find in the FAQ are the methodology that we use for the cohort that we selected for the Sankey diagram and the bounds of the data that sort of led to those decisions. And then over to the right is a link that will go to a guide that happens in a popover over the visualization for how to use that particular visualization. So I'll summarize here by saying that this is our best thinking so far for how to do a data story that is primarily geared to an audience that needs practical use of the data, some guidance on the questions to ask and answer, but also still leaves utility for folks who may have their own questions and have more sort of technical interests in the data. And we hope that this is a good foundation for the overall suite of tools, which later on will include the Query Builder and Research Request tool that will cover the other side of the spectrum, more detailed data use, much less guidance, but also more depth in the possibilities for analysis. Okay, so in the next slide, the most important part, we'll now turn to hearing your thoughts about this. Give Brittany a chance to bring us back here. I already see one hand, but I'm just going to finish this one sentence and then we'll jump right in, I promise. Here's the feedback that we need. First, overall reactions, of course, always helpful to us. What we're very interested in right now is that we want for the audience to go onto the webpage, feel welcomed, and feel like they belong there, that there's enough interest and challenge, but also utility and sort of simplicity in order to explore this and feel safe doing so. And so the question that we'll have is, how far does the narrative and the overall feel of the data story get us there? And then, of course, we would love feedback on the visualizations themselves, which we have continued to collect in anticipation of creating new dashboards and also doing updates to this one in the future. So I'll stop here. And I'll turn it over now to the group to hear reactions.
Hi, this is Member Huff. I think this is great. I really like the way that you've done the data stories, the visualizations, the small amount of text, the readability, the function for looking at and being able to interpret the visuals. I think it's all fantastic. My question is about how many of these you envision having. So as a user, if you're to go to the website, would there be 5, 10, 20 different questions that you might ask that then you would click on and see that data story? Because you could imagine some of the questions bleed into each other, but I think people won't always know what they're looking for. So I love the idea of starting with the question, but it could also get out of control. So I'm just curious how you're thinking about that.
Yeah, I can address that really briefly, but I'll give a heads up too that I'm going to turn the question back to you and ask how you think it should happen. That's sort of the main thing, or what anybody else thinks about that. But I'll say the general concept is we have all of the plan dashboards and their descriptions on the website, and so each of those dashboards addresses a specific topic. And so within each of those dashboards during the planning process, there were a bunch of research questions that were developed. And the research questions sort of live within the bounds of that topic. So the original vision is that on the website, the user would go to the data story section and they would be greeted with a number of different topics. We're thinking that future state, they would have this one, the student pathways dashboard, but then also one on financial aid or the transfer stories or employment and career readiness. And then clicking into that, they would be greeted with an experience that covers that topic through the research questions, but in a way that if they visited other data stories should feel familiar to them. So use of common visualizations, common design language, style, readability, et cetera. So in total, there will be a lot of questions eventually, but they are split across topic in separate web pages. That's the initial vision, but what's your take on the ideal sort of execution of that?
This is Member Huff again. That makes sense. I think giving people opportunities to be able to drill down and access the level of detail that they're looking for makes sense, a lot of sense. I think it's smart because my concern would be putting too much up there, then somebody who doesn't know what they're looking for would navigate away. So I think having it be as accessible as possible so that someone can come and read the questions or topics and think, yes, this will answer the things I'm looking for. But then having it be really clear how you drill down so that if you have more interest, you can find it. Because I think on the other end, that might be the frustrating piece if you have more complex questions and then you're going there and don't feel like you can get those answered. So it's a tricky balance, but I like the way you're thinking about it.
Thank you, and I've taken note of that. That type of feedback is really helpful because it's the type of thing that we can test a user's sort of willingness to stay and hang in there, versus give up and leave. Definitely. Member Reed?
Hi, this is Member Reed. This is really amazing. I think a lot of this works really well. And I wanted to start with my question, and then I can go into what I thought worked well. Do you envision that these pathways will be updated on an annual basis when you get the new data every March?
Yes. So there are, generally speaking, for all the dashboards and all the tools, there are two kinds of updates. The first is a refresh of the data once the new data is imported every year in March. And then second is as we get more years of data and the quality of the data, interpretability of it expands over time, you then may see the ability to answer additional questions. For example, we might see the Sankey diagram expand in either direction is like one possibility. So that's another kind of design update when the bounds of the data sort of allows for that.
Mm-hmm. And then a follow-up to that, I'm thinking of like the National Student Clearinghouse, how they release like the benchmark reports every year. I was wondering if you're going to do some kind of like release announcement every year when those are updated. I just picture that being a way to keep people coming back. But yeah, I think the aesthetics are beautiful. It's very easy to understand. I like the limited text. I like the availability of the data files right there with the visualizations. Yeah, and I have questions about like where information on the methodology might be located, but it sounds like you have those FAQs already.
Yes. So yes, we do. There's a little bit of explanation in the narrative itself. Then there's the FAQs, which is sort of one technical level down, and then even further is the data dictionary, which has really like available years, data type, and that type of thing. Yeah. So there's a number of different places, and if you can think of other ideal ways to execute on documentation, I would love to hear it.
Member Mian. So my question is mainly around like whether or not there's like also a mobile version of like plan for these designs. So something we've been seeing in the city of LA that like because we tend to work mostly with youth, like 80% of them just only use a phone to access our website. And so then that creates like a challenging design issue, right? Where you have to design both a desktop version and a mobile version. And sometimes the mobile version just gets too squished. Like literally, like you can't have like very interesting diagrams or infographics sometimes or dashboards. So it's kind of like, if we're thinking about inclusive design and as like today earlier, right, in terms of like access and what types of tools folks have, like whether that's maybe planned now or maybe sometime in the future. I guess that's my first question.
Yeah, that's really consistent with feedback we've received really consistently from the start of our conversation with the public. I'll take your feedback as more evidence that we should focus on that. We are building alongside the desktop experience the mobile website version of it with the idea of looking at it on the phone as kind of the way to test how well this works. And I was, in fact, just earlier was looking at some of the early prototypes of what that will look like. So a mobile experience on the website and also just accessibility in general are things that our team, not just my team, but the other verticals are collaborating to make sure that we're focused on taking a lot of time to make sure that we get it right. But thank you for that. That's just, again, more evidence that that's the right direction.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan, for sharing. Great. I really love the diversity of the visuals and providing a diverse aspect of different visualization types. A couple things I noted. I noticed there's only one. You can't really compare ethnicities. Is that accurate? It's just you can select one, but then it'll change that. Is there any way to build out comparisons?
Yeah, so I'll address this with one of the general sort of design challenges and decisions that we had to make here is the number of ways that you could filter at the same time. So some of the feedback that we've gotten consistently and our own personal belief about how to do this is we ought to be able to select, compare multiple things at once. Earlier in my presentation, I talked about the criteria that we use for when we make design decisions and also what data we include, including does the data exist. And then one of the things that we pay really close attention to is whether or not we can meet our privacy requirements and still have a situation where we because of the suppression policy that we use, still be able to show data that's available. One of the things that we found, in fact, Dave and I were just talking about this the other day, is that even with the top level filters, so there's two global filters up at the top, district, and then the one demographic you can pick on the other side, I think there's something like 11,000 cuts of the data just off of those two alone. And so already with that, there are some things that we have to pay attention to in terms of when cell sizes get small enough that we actually can't show data. We believe, and I think this will probably bear out in this initial run, that if we were to add even more cuts of data after that, that the user experience will probably be such that there's a lot of selections made and then the user is repeatedly met with a thing that says, we can't show you this. And pretty early on, we decided that's not the experience that we want for users. That's hard for us because we want what you want to be able to pick multiple ones. And we expect and hope that as we get more data and that expands, that won't be a constraint, that we'll be able to do that and meet our standard for privacy. But that's sort of the main driving design decision there.
Member Catanzarite, thank you. I just want to echo the kudos. This looks fantastic and looking forward to seeing how it develops. I was curious so I have a couple of questions. You were talking about your focus groups, I guess, giving you input to pare down, to simplify some of the charts. I wonder if you can, so one question is, I wonder if you can give us like a general, summary of what you learned from the focus groups, particularly around the complexity of the data. And then the other question is around, somewhere in here, there was a question, how can I read this chart? I'm wondering what you're thinking of doing with that, and how complicated you get. And I'm asking, we built a data dashboard for LA, and we have a lot of drop downs, and even my colleagues don't know what's on the dashboard, even though they've looked at it, right? I'm like, there's a drop down for that. But anyway, so just curious how.
Yes, thanks for those questions. Okay, so on the first one, specifically the feedback about less content was around the narrative. So the text that surrounds the visualizations themselves, there was a version where the narrative was longer. It was literally longer. And I think that the hypothesis we tested as we sort of interviewed folks, got feedback, was that folks in general may not want to spend that much time with the text. They would prefer to be exploring the visualizations. I think my sense from the team who've worked really hard to sort of interview a bunch of folks, show it to people, is that on the balance of the feedback, folks prefer less text. So then the challenge then became for us to be as informative as we could with less text, and then also, to the extent possible, still meet the needs of people who do want the extra detail, which is sort of why you see sort of the links there, the FAQs, et cetera. I will say there was one example of wanting less in the way of the visualizations, and it was in the Sankey diagram. So you sort of see the Sankey diagram is split up into 4 kind of milestones. Those are called, in like Sankey diagram languages, are called nodes. And we did have a version of it that had more nodes, and got similar feedback as we did to the text, which is, in general, the Sankey diagram is a lot to take in. So again, this is sort of the balance of feedback, right? It's always the challenge of this is you got to look at the balance of it and try to sort of meet both as wide a range of experiences as we can while sort of addressing the average reaction. And that was the average reaction to that, is less nodes made it easier for folks to hang in there with us and explore it. We ultimately decided it was worthwhile to have it in there because it gave this sort of overall big picture, and then that kind of set the story up nicely as they scroll down. But that's another example to address your question of what does it look like to go from like more complex to simpler. I'd like to answer your other question about how to use the chart by saying that there is a larger strategy here, which is for the dashboards. These are designed to be the most guided of the products that we have. And so when they click the explain how to use the chart, the current design that we have and that we're testing is there's a popover that gives a very short, it's a few sentences about how to navigate the actual visualization. But I do want to say, we know that that's probably not enough. And so Shannon's team is working on related collateral materials, including some video to show how to use the charts, and other materials that we think are really important to include with the experience, so that it's not just the data story and the related popovers, but also other things that can help people experience it the way it's sort of intended to be, and as Member Huff said, not to sort of walk away in frustration. And so there's kind of a larger strategy there where the modal popover is kind of the main part. Am I ready?
Thanks. I would echo that this clearly a lot of work, and I'm excited to get from created data to collected data. But I think so. You clearly you're in the world of trade-offs and navigating and threading needles, and so I appreciate that you've got all of this ahead of you. I think for me, the Sankey diagram, I like the way you're framing it now of this is sort of the thing that now we're going to get more granular about as you scroll down. Because I looked at it and I was like, well, wait, but like CSU and UC are 2 different 4 years. And what about that student that makes it to the 4 year, but then drops out, right? And so I think, there's this need to sort of to thread that needle. I think on some of these sort of, nobody knows what's there, right? There's the UX design around, like you can have a drop down with the 140 campuses, but you might have radio buttons that are very visible and not drop down, but right in front of you for the things that you want people to drill around on, right? So my agenda is disaggregate by race, ethnicity. So I would put racial, ethnic drill downs as radio buttons that are obvious for people, right? And that they can't miss. But again, then you're at screen real estate. And so what do these are decisions that you guys as an office have to grapple with. I do think that UC CSU distinction is going to be one that I dare say you'll get more questions about it if it's not part of the data story. So I think, maybe that's just my prior, but I think that's and then the other thing that dashboards can be really fun, right? Because you can come up with all these new vises and these things. And then I'm like, but like, do you really care that more than half of the degrees awarded were associate degrees, right? Because that's what a Parliament chart is here to show us, is what's the majority essentially, or, largely that, right? The horse race of who controls. And so just to be thinking about, well, like, what do I need people to understand from that? What is the story behind that data point, and how do I then create it? Because that one to me felt like that was really the only one that felt like a miss, but I was like, oh, that's a miss.
Yeah, that's super helpful. Thank you. I appreciate it. Do you see that happening in that kind of guidance happening in like the narrative of the visualization itself, or
This is a tough one, right? Because there's a lot out there on dashboards and labels, and you add that one label in the chart that, I am, as a personal thing, get rid of as much chart junk as you can and keep the visuals as clean as possible. And then you might add a particular label. I mean, I sometimes think about how do I read the chart as throwing up a pop-up that has the chart on it, but then an arrow pointing to a data point and says, this is what this is saying, right? Or something like that might be a way to do that.
That's really helpful. Thank you.
Perfect. Member Faust, I could not agree with Member Reddy more, and also, with the other sentiments of just huge kudos to you guys putting this together. That was the exact takeaway that I took from it. So in my previous life, I used to run kidsdata.org, so I have a lot of appreciation for the hard work that goes into creating these visualizations and presentations. And the thing that I would have loved to see is, and this may be part of kind of the data description, is a way that it is appropriate to describe a finding that is compelling but also accurate. So just providing a sentence of something in the chart that any part of the chart, and just so that people can come away with an accurate understanding of what it says, but also how to describe it to others and to use that in their work as well. Another thing that jumped out at me too was just an understanding of the population size. So you mentioned, and I thought this was great, having kind of a description of that population or any sort of limiting factors to taking away, findings from that chart, but also really describing what that population size is so that people can have an idea of representativeness of that to the rest of the population.
I'm just going back and forth here a little bit. I love the framing, right, of a headline with a chart, because that's not, I think, to protect the sort of the objectivity of the right. Headlines are not supposed to be editorial; they're headlines, and so to think about it that way, like, what is the headline of this visual?
Member Fong, thank you again so much. As everyone said, I will definitely double, triple tap on just the complexity of some of the charts, because not only is it for some of our constituents navigating the chart, but it's interpreting the chart. I don't know about AI, y'all, but I don't know if you're thinking about AI coming in and at least like doing some form of like reading of a page. I know there's some accessibility tools where it's like something can voice over what is actually being shown on the chart, and reading it in a very factual way. That's not interpretation, it's just factual. This isn't really around the charts or the dashboards, but really around the website. So as I was playing and exploring, there are certain pages under here where I think it would be valuable to have one of the dashboards situated on other pages. So college and career planning, for example, a dashboard could actually live on that page rather than the collection of dashboards all on one page. And that is the only place where a person has the entry point into it. If I would assume that you would want anybody who enters any into the page have an entry point. So that's my only feedback.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Member Mian, when thinking about like entry points too, one of the things that I was thinking about, like the connection between all the different stories. And so let's say somebody, views a dashboard and like the message, right, and the takeaway from this one was there's still value in going to college in terms of earnings. But then what if somebody views a dashboard on like student debt? And so then they kind of question like, well, should I be going to college if I'm going to take on all this debt? So I don't know. So just kind of thinking about like inviting users to not only look at one thing, but to kind of look at it in a connection, like in a network, right? Where this is a very complex issue that's kind of distilled in an easy to view and read way. But we also want to make sure that you don't only view this, right? But you have like literally like a story, like multiple chapters that can help you understand this problem, this issue, whatever, in a clearer way.
Thank you.
Yeah, one thing that and again, +1 to everything that has been said. Something I've been thinking about is like longer term, and maybe this is like a 5-year from now, point to think about is like the analytics that you're getting from the actual website. So wondering like if you're thinking about like, which types of filters are the most popular, or who's actually activating which filters. So maybe if there's a way to like, when you first access a data story, kind of have like I'm a data practitioner, I'm a student, I'm a parent, and then pull analytics that way. Because I think that would be interesting to see how the dashboards then evolve over time. So wondering if that's something that's been thought about, and if so, like just curious what the team is thinking.
Yeah, that's really helpful. We have talked about website analytics. I think Shannon could speak more directly to that. The particular use case of how often are people using different elements of the dashboard is not something that we've talked about, so I really appreciate that, and it makes sense. But I don't know if Shannon, if you have more that you want to add to that.
Yeah, I will say that we look at analytics all the time. And we certainly are thinking about that as a baseline now, right? To see where we are and where we will be, and increasing our security and all of the hosting and all the things that come with a big IT project. So just want to say that out loud. We are mindful. And then to your other point about capturing data, that's something that we have explored, on websites, how they have those, the consumer, like commercial websites. I'm coming from this thing where I'm interested in this. Being able to capture that quick data is something that we are exploring. It's not planned for this current iteration, but I envision in a different budget cycle that we might be able to put that into our updated website plan, because it should in theory be something that we should be able to capture. But we do currently ask users their job affiliation and those kinds of things passively, but there could be ways that we maybe not as techy, but we could capture. So I do appreciate that comment.
Oh my gosh, that brings up so many other thoughts. Member Fong, I know we were talking a little bit earlier around potentially the charts ending up in errors because it might be too small and comparative and stuff. Are there parts of the page or the dashboard where I hope you are not the person who's answering all emails or comments or like all the feedback around the chart? So where is that? How is the office thinking about collecting feedback if they do run into an error? Or is there an opportunity for somebody to request support, like navigating the data?
Yeah, so in terms of, so there's two things on that. The first, the short answer is on the topic of support, we're still working through that, trying to figure out how that experience needs to be and then how we would execute on that. In general, with feedback, it's the culture of the office to continually collect it in a number of different forms. And I think because of that, you'll see different invitations from formal to informal to be able to do that. I think it also does make sense on some level to have something that's immediate, sort of like the way you're describing it. But we haven't decided on a solution for that yet. But that's sort of holistically the way that we see the feedback there is another opportunity there in addition to all the other stuff that we do to be able to collect it directly and in response to like the use of the dashboard itself. So that's a work in progress and feedback well taken.
Member Watson, to echo the 11 others who gave you kudos. But aside from that, I think and this is on topic, but it isn't directly related to the visuals. When someone goes to DataQuest or the Data Mart, Community College Data Mart, they're starting their data adventure today. It really stops right there. I wonder if there will be any tie-ins. These questions can't be answered on DataQuest. Therefore, click here to explore further on C2C in any of those sites. Some coordination, if it were, I guess.
Yeah, I love that because first, that is very useful feedback. We haven't thought yet about the coordination in that direction. So I really appreciate you saying that because I think that there is an underlying kind of sentiment there about like some opportunities and stuff. I will take the opportunity though to say that we think a lot about coordination in the other direction. We work really closely with our data partners. We know that when you take data that is not linked and then you link it, particularly with the methodologies that we use in all the data, somewhat differing data definitions and use cases that we use, that the numbers don't always match up precisely. There are really good reasons for that. And so right now we are thinking really hard about ways to be able to explain as an effort to promote general data literacy in the community, to be able to explain why, how we arrived at the numbers that we did, why that may vary a little bit, maybe in some cases noticeably from others, when folks should visit the websites of our data partners, because for many use cases, that ought to be the main source of data, when it makes more sense to sort of look at ours. So these are complicated sort of ideas, but they're conversations that I think are important for us to have with the community through the way that we guide the use of the dashboard. I think data from different sources will always sort of lead us to that conversation, and I'm really glad that the team is not shying away from it because it's something that we have to talk about. But I do appreciate the idea that maybe the coordination goes the other way too. Is something to think about for sure. I appreciate it.
Member Tarasova, I will echo the sentiment. The website feels very welcoming, very clear and concise. I do really like the short descriptions, but also I really appreciate the feature of FAQs. And for some reason, if something does not make sense to me, I'm able to drill down into more details on the methodology. I would like to refer back to your initial comment about the feedback from the focus groups, saying that they prefer visuals rather than text, as well as you said that on the first data set is that we are going to potentially add the pre-K information as well. I was wondering if it's a thought to also add the workforce information. So after the students are receiving their degree, how many of them were able to get a job within the year, things like that, and potentially even make it into a separate page as an entry point for all the users and to see the pathway of the person, and having, for example, like a flashing beacon be like, this is information about community colleges. This is information about depth in relation to that diagram, so the visual people can drill down into the topics rather than navigate a list of the things. That's my initial comment. Also, I would like to provide a comment on the degrees and certificates earned at the California public colleges. I would really appreciate if the award type was aligned with the amount of time spent at the institution. For example, right now we can see associate degree on the left-hand side, which we know, and also like the certificate on the right-hand side. I would say that it's best to have it aligned as a certificate, then associate, then bachelor as a transfer, and bachelor degree as did not transfer, as this is a common story that students are used to. They know that's the typical pathway and timelines that are aligned to that pathway. And in regards to the how much do students earn after they graduate, I was wondering if your team is thinking about being able to turn in off the different certificate and degrees to be visible on the chart as a feature as well.
Thank you for that. That's useful. Yeah, all of what you mentioned is in the conversation currently, and I think it's and I appreciate the feedback, because when we hear feedback like that and we go into our next round of conversations about how to expand and how to iterate, that is exactly the kind of feedback that helps us sort of nudge in one direction or the other. And I think, yeah, I mean, we've thought about a few of those things, and because of largely around the extent to which one can interpret the data with the guidance that we give, the data available, and then just kind of the overall sort of feel and story of it, so we can make the best decisions that that we can around those. But at the same time, know that when the circumstances change and the data quality and the story and the connection to other dashboards changes, then there will likely be a sort of a response to that, and sort of change and expansion of the dashboard in many cases in the directions that you talked about. So, yeah.
Member Catanzarite, just a couple of specifics, and the member to my right was reminding me, just again, kudos on the overall look. There are a few of the charts I didn't love, so that rainbow one was one of them, because the visual display wasn't particularly meaningful. Another one was the bar chart that was a bunch of purple bars. That was, I think, time to graduation, time to receipt of degree or something like that. And it seems that that could be an overlay with a cumulative, like a shaded line chart. So you're showing, time like 4-year degree completion, 5-year, which includes cumulative, like within 5 years, it includes everybody who got 4-year degrees, 6 years, so that there's the visual of the chart is more compelling, and it, has some meaning and is telling a bit of a story. Also the Sankey chart, you could use color. And I notice, I think you're using the same color scheme for like bachelor's versus AA versus, that's great. Right. When you're doing the race ethnicity breakouts, also using color so that when people are navigating charts, they don't have to like reorient their brain each time to what group they're looking at.
A clarifying question, the idea on color for the Sankey is that like within each node, like part of the milestone would be a different color? Oh, it would go all the way through. I see. Okay. Thank you.
I would like to note we are at 2:57. This meeting is scheduled to end at 3 p.m. and we have a couple of agenda items left. So
But we're having so much fun, Shannon.
Oh.
Okay. Thank you for that note. I appreciate it. I want to thank everybody. This is really helpful. Even at this stage of design, it's really helpful. I know that we've said over and over again that sort of design and feedback don't ever stop from us, and it's on us to be able to show that that's true. And I see this as an opportunity to do that. I want to close just really quick by saying a couple of things. I think I've said this before, so I apologize if repeating it, but I always feel a little weird getting to show this to you, because it's an honor to be able to show it, but in reality, there's a lot of folks who work on this and who tackle these decisions every day. I watch them, and the amount of hard thinking that goes into the feedback from everybody on the team, not just on my team, but Shannon's team and Dan's team. It's a whole lot, and there's still lots for us to do. We're not done yet, so I'm not saying that, but I do want to just take the opportunity to pass the thanks on to the ongoing work of the teams, because I think this is coming together really well, and I look forward to seeing how more feedback will shape it. So with that, I'll just say that even though deliverables launch, the design process doesn't ever really stop. Feedback is ongoing and is applied broadly to not only a single product like this one, but to all the experiences and analytic tools that C2C is creating for the public. And further, this ongoing design process creates an office culture that is constantly evolving its understanding of what makes great experience for the people who are using the P20W data set. So again, thanks to the California public in general, but to the members in particular for sharing with me today. And with that, I'll give it back to Shannon.
Thank you so much, Ryan. And thank you all for your rich discussion and comments and your feedback. We take it wholeheartedly into consideration and really, really excited to implement on some of these ideas. So really appreciate that. Okay, so we're going to move on to agenda item 13, discussion, public comment, and possible action on the Data and Tools Advisory Board Liaison. I would now like to invite Stephanie Gutierrez Valdez, Board Liaison and Governance Specialist, to present this item.
Thank you, Shannon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephanie Gutierrez Valdez, and I'm the Board Liaison and Governance Specialist here at Cradle-to-Career. I'd like to refer members to the staff report that was created for this agenda item. If you are a member of the public and would like to follow along, the staff report can be accessed on the C2C website. Next slide, please. At the June 6, 2023 Data and Tools and Community Engagement Joint Advisory Boards meeting, a Data and Tools Advisory Board member suggested the implementation of an advisory board liaison. So this would be a designated individual from the Data and Tools Advisory Board, and they would report out at the Community Engagement Advisory Board meetings. So this is because as the advisory board only have one joint meeting a year, this would enable both advisory boards to be informed of the other board's work and progress in the interim. So the liaison has a standing agenda item on the Community Engagement Advisory Board meeting agenda, and it is asked to present updates, findings, or pertinent details to Community Engagement Advisory Board members. So at the October 12, 2023 Data and Tools Advisory Board meeting, the Data and Tools Advisory Board appointed the first liaison to serve a year-long commitment through fall 2024. So we're at fall 2024, and I'd like to thank, on behalf of the office, Member Borgen for his work as the 2024 Data and Tools Advisory Board liaison. So yeah, round of applause. So delegation of a new Data and Tools Advisory Board liaison is going to take place again today, and this is a year-long commitment. So the commitment would be through the fall 2025 Data and Tools Advisory Board meeting. So the Data and Tools Advisory Board liaison can expect to participate at the 2025 Community Engagement Advisory Board meeting dates. So this would be on Wednesday, March 26th, Friday, July 11th, and Friday, October 24th. In particular, attention to the Friday, July 11th, 2025 Joint Advisory Board meeting. So folks are still going to be expected to be here, even if you're not the Data and Tools liaison. So just a shout out there. Moving on, please. As I conclude my presentation, staff recommends the advisory board move to designate one member to serve as the Data and Tools Advisory Board liaison and one member to serve as the Data and Tools Advisory Board secondary liaison for the Community Engagement Advisory Board. So the thought here is that it's a good practice to have a primary and a secondary. So we all know everyone here is very busy, and it's a good idea to have a secondary liaison in the event that the primary cannot make the report out at the Community Engagement Advisory Board meeting, as it's important to keep the good work going. So I'd like to pass it over to Shannon Serrato to lead member questions and comments.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie, for that presentation. We will now open it up for any member questions or comments or volunteering.
This is Marianne. I'm not volunteering, but just a quick clarification. in case you're curious, because we're back in person, right? You would be attending as a member of the public, and so there'd be no requirement to be physically present at the Community Engagement Advisory Board meeting. You could engage virtually in that. It would not require another trip to Sacramento.
Member Borgen, I just want to say it was a honor to serve, and you really learn about what they're discussing in the advisory board meeting of the Community Engagement Advisory Board, and really thanks to staff, they do most of the reporting for you. Just kind of read off of a script, and so it's a great opportunity to really engage in that, and then offer your 2 cents of items around some of the pieces that we're working on as an advisory board.
So you want to do it again?
And this is Member Faust. Just a clarification, do those dates align with the length of tenure for a person who's been on this committee for a period of time? So just personally, I'm thinking about, I believe my last meeting would be on like July 11th, where, so just putting that out there, that others on that same 3-year time span might be limited in that way.
Thank you for your question, Member Faust. So to answer your question, so that is why we have a secondary. So ideally, the secondary could take over that role, or you could serve in that grace period as well.
All right, any additional questions or comments? Last opportunity to volunteer. Okay, we can open this up for a motion to delegate. Can I have a motion? And again, this would just be to designate a Data and Tools Advisory Board liaison and 1 member to serve as a secondary liaison. So you're not volunteering, just passing the motion.
So just to clarify, then afterwards we would seek volunteers, and so it's a little bit strange because typically you take action on like a specific thing, but I understand the point. So
without volunteering, I move to designate 1 member to serve as the Data and Tools Advisory Board liaison and 1 member to serve as the Data and Tools Advisory Board secondary liaison for the Community Engagement Advisory Board.
Thank you, Member Reddy. May I have a second?
And without volunteering, a second by Member Faust.
All right, thank you so much. So before we vote, let's pause for public comment. Stephanie, can you help us with public comment?
Yes. If you would like to comment on this agenda item, please note that comment should be limited to this agenda item only. So we have no commenters here in Sacramento. For members of the public attending via Zoom, I'd ask that you please raise your hand if you would like to comment on this agenda item. Seeing on Zoom, I have no raised hands. I'm going to go ahead and pause at this time to see if any interested individuals wish to make public comment. Seeing no raised hands, I would like to close public comment at this time.
Thank you, Stephanie. We have a motion and a second, and for clarity, can we move forward to the next slide? The motion is to move to designate 1 member to serve as the Data and Tools Advisory Board liaison and 1 member to serve as the Data and Tools Advisory Board secondary liaison for the Community Engagement Advisory Board. Stephanie Gutierrez Valdez will now do a roll call vote.
Member Borgen?
Aye.
Member Catanzarite? Member Connor? Member Faust?
Aye.
Member Harlick? Member Huff?
Aye.
Member Milan?
Aye.
Member Norris? Member Ortiz Villar?
Aye.
Member Owen? Member Fong? Member Reddy? Member Reed?
Aye.
Member Shack?
Yes.
Member Tarasova?
Aye.
Member Watson?
Aye.
For the record, we have 15 ayes.
Thank you, Stephanie. The motion passes, and thank you, members, for your thoughts and that discussion.
This is Marianne, just a process point. So you may need some time to look at your calendars and consider volunteering. So should members perhaps email Stephanie if they would like to volunteer? And then if we receive no volunteers, you might get some encouraging outreach from our team until we have someone to take on that role. Does that sound like the right process?
Yes, so so should you be interested in volunteering, please feel free to reach out to me. And again, as Marianne mentioned, should we get no volunteers, we would be encouraging members through collaborative outreach to volunteer.
Great. Thank you, Stephanie. Okay, so this section is reserved for general public comment. At this time, we will open it up again to members of the public for general public comment. Stephanie, do we have anyone on the line who would like to make a comment today?
So just for the record, we have no members of the public here in Sacramento wishing to make public comment. Moving on to Zoom, I see no raised hands. I'm going to go ahead and pause real quick to allow anyone who's interested to do so at this time. Seeing no raised hands, I will close public comment at this time.
Great, thank you. And thank you to the members of the public who are listening in today. We really appreciate your time. So with that, we're going to move on to agenda item 15, future agenda items. During this agenda item, we will open it up to members followed by members of the public. At this time, folks can request items that they would like to see as future agenda items from the office. So members, we will start with you.
So this is Member Shack. As many of you may know, I actually work in the behavioral health space. That's the data I now analyze. And there's lots of data that's sent to the state, and it's client level data. So that might be an interesting topic to actually discuss about what's available there. Kind of like adverse child outcomes is an example that might be in there. And then I'll also put in that people on my team may be interested in serving as a resource for that. So that's maybe something that we could connect on offline if there's interest.
Great. Thank you, Member Shack. Other agenda items?
Member Tarasova, I think during the meeting it was mentioned that there is an update to the higher education master plan. So maybe an agenda item on that as well.
Great. Thank you, Member Tarasova.
This is Member Fong. This may be in the what's it called? 5-year strategic plan. But I am interested in not only the feedback collection, but actually once the dashboards are implemented, the implementation plan for data talks or community collaboration. It's 3:00. My brain is now officially melted.
Thank you. I will also just make a plug for the Community Engagement Advisory Board meeting if you would like to listen in. There may be more information from our colleague Angelique Palomar, who will be giving an update for CEAB members on that. Any other items?
Member Morgan, so you mentioned some qualitative data around engagement around californiacolleges.edu. I think, having some quantitative data of where the regions are, who's adopted it, who has not adopted it, would be really nice to see some quantitative data around that.
This is Marianne. Just a quick comment on that. Some of that's available on their website. Just a quick plug of like where the member districts are, but noted, and we can think about more detail.
All right. Any additional comments from folks here in the room?
Can we get pictures of Mary Kate Cruz's baby? Is that like a thing?
Yes. When we get pictures, you all can get pictures. We've been like, is the baby here? Any other agenda items? All right, we will now turn to Zoom. Do we have any folks on the Zoom line who wish to make comments on future agenda items?
So for the record, we have no commenters here in Sacramento. I see no raised hands on Zoom at this time. Pausing here for any interested individuals who wish to make a public comment on this agenda item, future agenda items. Seeing no raised hands, I will close public comment at this time.
All right, thank you. We will now move on to our final agenda item of the day, adjournment. Thank you everyone who joined us today, specifically our Data and Tools Advisory Board members, the entire C2C team, and the public for the invaluable input and support you provided today. Our achievements are a result of our collective collaboration, and your ongoing support has been invaluable to our success. Our next public meeting will be our Community Engagement Advisory Board meeting on Wednesday, October 16th. That meeting will be a hybrid meeting with a physical location in Sacramento, and we will ask all members to join us in person. Members of the public will have an opportunity to join these meetings in person or virtually via Zoom. In addition, our governing board meeting is scheduled for Friday, November 15th, beginning at 9:30 a.m. This meeting will be a hybrid meeting with a physical location in Sacramento, and we will ask all members to join us in person. More information will be forthcoming on the C2C website. And with that, I would like to adjourn the meeting at 3:14 p.m. Thank you.